sure if anybody gets,
That is.
who goes to the wrong places.
They do, except that we know each other's addresses. It's like, okay. Oh, one, we'll turn around. One, dispatcher actually said, oh, one of those units. So that's how we got.
Because she got a note. So nice to meet you all.
They're very good.
Okay, good afternoon, everybody. I'd like to go ahead and call our regular BCC meeting to order. Today is September 14th, 2021, and for the time, for the record, it's 2:15. Deputy Clerk, can we get a roll call?
Of course, Mr. Chair. Commissioner Rudy Garcia. Commissioner Anna Hansen.
Present.
Commissioner Anna Hamilton.
Here.
Commissioner Hank Hughes.
Here.
And Chair Henry Roybal.
I'm here, and I just want to express our gratitude for you being here today to fill in. We have our Deputy County Clerk, Ms. Yvonne Gantz. Thank you.
Of course.
Okay, so we have a roll call. We're going to go on to our next item, which is 1C, which is the Pledge of Allegiance, 1D, which is the State Pledge, and 1E, which is the Moment of Reflection. And from the Human Resources Department, we have Ms. Tori Gallegos. Please stand. I salute the flag of the state of New Mexico and the Zia symbol of perfect friendship among united cultures. If we could remain standing. Okay, do we have Tori Gallegos? Tori, you're up. Thank you.
Let us take a moment to focus on the work ahead of us today. Being ever mindful of our decisions and in the best interest of our community, we take a moment of silence. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Gallegos. Are there any other moments of silence or recognitions that we have today? Commissioner Garcia?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I appreciate that. Just a moment of silence for what took place 20 years ago, which changed the entire world. And it's a moment of silence for everybody that has been affected by 9/11 and the people that lost their lives, their friends, cousins, family. Just a little moment of silence for the entire world.
Okay, thank you, Commissioner Garcia. Okay, next we're going to move on to our item number 1F. And this is the approval of the agenda. Are there any changes? I know I did have some requests for some changes to move some items forward on the agenda. Are there any other, Commissioner Hughes?
Yeah, Mr. Chair, just to move item 8C to be right after 2A.
Okay, thank you, Commissioner Hughes. And I believe Commissioner Hansen had a request as well.
Yes, I'd like to move up 8D to right after consent.
So we'll have 8D right after consent. Okay, any other requests or changes to the agenda? Manager Miller?
Mr. Chair, just for the record, the agenda was posted on Tuesday, September 7th at 5:16 p.m. The agenda was posted on Friday, September 10th at 5:12 p.m. And the items that were changed from the original agenda to the amended agenda are in item 3A, the approval of the resolution. There were additional packet materials uploaded to board docs. On item 4A, which was originally the approval of the return flow project agreement with the city, that item was withdrawn. Item 7B, which is just a discussion item relative to the American Rescue Plan funding recommendations, that item and packet material were added. And item 9A, under executive session, matters from the attorney, items number 3, 4, and 5 were added, along with 9B, a potential action item as a result of executive session. That item was added as well. And those were the changes to the original agenda that have been posted.
Okay, thank you, Manager Miller. Okay, so now that we have those amended agendas and requests, is there a motion?
Mr. Chair,
Commissioner Garcia?
move for approve the amended agenda.
Second, and I'd also like to mention that Aloisme and the people from Agua Fria Village will be joining via WebEx for the presentation, so I don't see that at the moment, that we have access to that, but that's where they are.
Okay, thank you, Commissioner Hanson, and I'm really happy to hear that they'll be joining us as well. Okay, so we're going to move on to, we have a motion from Commissioner Garcia and a second from Commissioner Hanson. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, same sign. Motion carries. Okay, so we have an approved agenda. We're going to go on to item number 2. And this is the approval of meeting minutes. And 2A is request approval of the August 10th, 2021 Board of County Commissioner meeting minutes. Are there any changes? Commissioner
yes.
Hanson?
Yes, Mr. Chair. There are changes that I have given to the stenographer right before this meeting, and so I move to approve with changes.
Second.
We have a motion from Commissioner Hanson, a second from Commissioner Hughes with amended changes. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, same sign. Motion carries. Okay, so we're going to move on to item number 8C as requested by Commissioner Hughes. And this is a proclamation proclaiming September 14th, 2021 as Edward H. Moreno Day. And we're going to go to Commissioner Hank Hughes and Commissioner Hamilton.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. As we know, Ed Moreno was a loved public servant in our community, served on the county commission for 3.5 years, and before that had a distinguished career, which is outlined in the proclamation that we're going to read together in a few minutes. And I'm really glad to welcome Janet Wise and the rest of Ed Moreno's family to the chambers today for the reading of the proclamation. And I guess if anybody else wanted to add to that, we could do that before we read.
Yes, Commissioner Hughes, and thank you for that opportunity. I had the honor of serving with Commissioner Moreno for 4 years. Prior to that, I never had met Commissioner Moreno, but I'm really grateful that I had the opportunity to get to know him. We went on different travel where we had different meetings that, we traveled together in the vehicle a few times. We really had the opportunity to talk to each other and get to know one another. And, up here on the dais, a lot of times, we're pretty serious, but at the same time, we still will talk and joke around on the sidelines. So, Commissioner Moreno was just a great man all the way around. And, I think that it was an honor to have him as a county commissioner and all the work that he did. He was very passionate about the way he felt about representing his community, and he just a great man all around. I couldn't say enough about him. So, like I said, it was just a wonderful opportunity to serve with him, and I wish that he would have still been here with us, but that's not always within our control. So I just want to thank God that I had the opportunity to get to know Commissioner Moreno. So thank you. Other commissioners? Commissioner Hamilton?
Thank you. No question, but I'm truly honored to have co-sponsored this proclamation. It's a small but wonderful idea to give him a Memorial Day. Commissioner Moreno and I ran at the same time. We started this crazy business of being commissioner together, and he was one of those people that is so delightful to be around. He was so nice and he was so gentle that it was just there's great motivation to do things with him. And then after a while of hanging around with him and serving with him, you realize it's much more than being nice. He was an incredible amount to respect him for in the expertise he brought to things, tempered by the attitude he had about why you do things and how you do things. And so that's a lot to look up to. You're really blessed in this life if you have people that you can look at and go, I want to be able to do something like that, to have a role model who can exemplify something that you really hold as being important. And I think that's one of the things Ed excelled at, and that I'll always remember him for.
Thank you, Commissioner Hamilton. I'll go to Commissioner Garcia. I'll come this other direction after.
Thank you for bringing this forward, Commissioners. Very, very well deserved. I was kind of chuckling up here because it seems like Commissioner Moreno and myself had this little laughter thing that we used to do, and used to make me laugh, and I used to make him laugh because he had it in him, and for some reason he and I felt that connection, and just little minor jokes that we would do, and it was actually awesome to see him laugh and smile because he would look at me and he'd say, Rudy, Rudy, but he had a good time when we would laugh, and it was good to see him laugh like that. It was awesome. Commissioner Moreno, he worked for a newspaper. I never realized he actually was a writer for the local paper, and he knew government. He knew how to look at different situations and write about them, obviously, and he was very good at that. I hear. I actually went to his announcement at the El Dorado Community Center, and the other candidates were there, and he did a great job as into announcing for county commissioner, and he succeeded, and he won. Once in a while, when you sit up here, you deal with local government issues, as the commissioner here next to me mentioned, and local government is very challenging. I just came back from Michigan, and I saw some local government meetings, and they're called different meetings than they are here. And there's a lot of stuff up here that we deal with that people out there don't realize what we do and how we do it and why we do it. And yes, it's because everybody communicates, and we do very well. The Gentle Giant, I think there was a situation there for Commissioner Moreno he had some challenges in the El Dorado area in regards to some road issues. He went there, and it was a pretty heated meeting, and I give the man credit because he held his ground, and he did what he needed to do, and he felt that it was the right thing for the community. And it was a pretty intense meeting. He did it. I wanted to see if he would do it, and he did do it. Like I said, a gentle giant. Delightful individual. As the commissioner mentioned up here. Very delightful, very quiet man. Did a great job. Sure, he'll be missed by his family. And he's actually up there watching down on us right now, and he's looking at Rudy and laughing and saying, Rudy, it was great to see that man laugh. Thank you, Mr. Chair. He will be missed.
Thank you, Commissioner Garcia. And, the year that, one year that we were when I've been on the dais, I actually, had 3 commissioners all come in at the same time, and all 3 of them ran together, which was Commissioner Hamilton, Commissioner Hansen, and Commissioner Moreno. And it was a great addition to have those 3 commissioners come on board. And, it's just one other thing I wanted to mention that, he's just a great man. Commissioner Hansen?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I was extremely honored to be able to run for a county commission at the same time that he did, and spend those 3.5 years working with him. We brought forward many, many, many resolutions together. He always was my partner, my comrade, the person I could go to, and I trusted him. He was honest, he was kind, and he was sincere about his beliefs. And I know that one of the greatest resolutions that he was incredibly proud of and that we worked on together was one of the last resolutions that we passed, and that was a resolution on civil rights and the recognition and recognizing the need for racial and social justice. And I know one of the things that he said was that his children were also were black, and that this was a really important issue to him. And as somebody who grew up in Southern California, was at the Watts riot, and always supported my black brothers and sisters, I felt very strongly about that also. And I am grateful to have always sponsored all these resolutions with him. It was really important to me because he and I regularly had lunch together and talked about the issues that we needed to work on together. And I am still in shock that he has gone. It just doesn't seem like that's possible, considering what a kind and good man he was. And I am glad that he did not suffer too long, and that he will always remain in my heart. And that is one of the things as a Buddhist and as a practitioner, is that you always want to take people into your heart who have passed away. And so I will always have him in my heart because he was such an important person to me on this commission. And we had so many really good times together, and I will miss that. And so thank you, Janet. I want to especially thank you, Janet, for sharing him with us for those 3.5 years. Of course, none of us knew that he would be leaving us, but I am grateful that we had that opportunity, and I am grateful to you for sharing him with us. That was really a gift to all of us and a gift to all of the constituents in Santa Fe County. So blessings to all of the family, and I look forward to seeing you all at the memorial on Saturday, September 18th at 3 o'clock at the Rivera Chapel. And Mr. Chair, I would like to respectfully ask if, when we finish, if we could please have a photo with the family.
Absolutely, Commissioner Hanson. And so, Commissioner Hughes, would you like to start the reading?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. And I have always felt that I had very big shoes to fill, and I feel that especially today. And when Ed told me that he wasn't going to run again for a second term, I was kind of sad, because I felt that he should have been commissioner for 8 years, and sometimes I still wish that he was here and that I was preparing to run when he was finished instead of starting early. But didn't work out that way, unfortunately. So we're going to all take turns reading this proclamation, and I'll read the first part and pass it to my right. Santa Fe County Proclamation proclaiming September 14th, 2021 as Edward H. Moreno Day. Whereas Edward H. Moreno was born on February 17th, 1954 in Mexico City, and migrated with his family to the United States as a young child when his father accepted a job at the first Spanish-speaking radio station in Denver, Colorado. And whereas Edward earned a bachelor's degree in journalism from the University of Northern Colorado in 1977, and began his career working for small newspapers. And whereas Edward worked for several newspapers, including the Santa Fe New Mexican, then joined the Associated Press, where he served as New Mexico Capital correspondent for 10 years, and
whereas, following Edward's work with the Associated Press, he joined the New Mexico State Land Office as Assistant Commissioner for Public Affairs, where he developed skills in policy making, facilitation, and government decision making. And whereas in 2005, Edward took his talents to the Keystone Policy Center, an organization that worked to overcome national and local policy conflicts previously thought insurmountable in energy, environment, education, health, agriculture, land management, and tribal communities, traveling the country helping to solve complex problems through dialogue and public involvement. And whereas, using his policy mediation and facility skills, Edward established Ed Moreno Consulting, taking on a number of projects for state and local government in New Mexico. And
Whereas Ed served as a volunteer on the board of El Dorado Community Improvement Association, where he helped guide the El Dorado community through a difficult time. And whereas Edward's capstone experience when he was elected on January 1st, 2017 to serve as a Santa Fe County Commissioner for District 5. During his term, he served on the following boards: the North Central Regional Transit District, Santa Fe Solid Waste Management Agency, Metropolitan Planning Organization, and the Santa Fe Housing Authority. And whereas Edward was most proud of taking part in the Almont settlements and expanding water services in rural areas, including the Pewaukee Valley, El Dorado, and Cañoncito, and also was very proud in his role in growing the trail system, as well as overseeing the new county administrative complex and renovation of the old county courthouse.
And whereas Ed had a deep passion for public service and was a champion for environmental and social justice, representing the needs of underserved populations and the immigrant community during his time in office. And whereas Edward possessed an incredible talent to write and also carried abundant intelligence, good humor, and could carry on an interesting conversation with anyone on any topic. And whereas Edward was loved and appreciated by county staff and his constituents for his honesty, integrity, and highest ethics as an elected official. And
whereas on August 31st, 2020, Edward announced his early retirement from the Board of County Commissioners due to health issues. And whereas Edward passed away at his home in El Dorado on Tuesday, July 27th, 2021, at the age of 67 years old, whereas the Santa Fe Board of County Commissioners wish to recognize the accomplishments and contribution, activism, and remarkable life of Edward H. Moreno, former County Commissioner for District 5.
now therefore be it resolved that we, the Board of County Commissioners of Santa Fe County, do hereby proclaim the day of September 14th, 2021 as Edward H. Moreno Day.
So I also wanted to just say, it's not goodbye, but so long until we meet again. And Commissioner Hughes, would you like to make the motion?
Yes, I would move that we adopt this proclamation.
Commissioner Hamilton?
second,
We have a motion from Commissioner Hughes, a second from Commissioner Hamilton. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, same sign. Motion carries unanimously. So thank you. We'd like to see if we could have the family come forward so we can take a photo. That's what you wanted, correct, Commissioner Hudson? Okay.
So should we stand in front of our, one of the
guys, yeah. Are we all going down? Do we go down?
Hello.
Wow. What? Or it's gonna be a very long night. And there you go. Oh my God.
Okay, so we're going to move on to our next item, and this is item number 3, and this is the consent agenda. Are there any items on this consent agenda that commissioners would like to pull off to get some additional information on?
Mr. Chair,
Commissioner Hanson?
yes, I would like to pull off A,
3A, is that correct?
yeah, 3A.
Okay. So do you want to ask questions on this item that staff can answer right away, or would you like us to vote on the rest of the agenda and then come back to it?
I think we should vote on the rest of the items and then come back to it.
Okay, are there any other requests from commissioners? Any other items? If not, what's the pleasure of the board?
I move to approve consent agenda with A removed.
Second?
We have a motion from Commissioner Hanson with item number 3A removed and a second from Commissioner Hamilton. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, same sign. Okay, so with this, the consent agenda does pass anonymously or unanimously. And I don't see that we need any resolution numbers except for the one that was pulled, so we don't need any resolution numbers. Deputy Clerk Gantz. I do also want to recognize that we do have our county clerk that is joined us virtually, just to recognize that she is here. She's not feeling well today, so but she is joining us virtually. So thank you, Madam Clerk, for being here as well. So we're going to go on. We're going to go ahead and go to item number 3A, and I'm going to go to Commissioner Hanson.
So I would just like County Attorney Schaefer to speak about the changes and just give a brief overview.
Mr. Chair, Commissioner Hanson, I would actually defer to our HR and Risk Management Division Director, Sonia Quintana, as well as Rachel Brown, the Deputy County Attorney, who were really the point persons on this.
That's fine, thank you.
How about now?
Yeah.
Okay. So what you have before you this afternoon are 3 amendments. An amendment to the REC collective bargaining agreement, the amendment to the AFSCME 1782 bargaining agreement, and an amendment to our HR handbook. Each of them accomplishes the same purpose, which is to recognize that in light of changes to the law brought about by the Cannabis Regulation Act, we reevaluated our drug testing policies and have proposed amendments and reached out to the collective bargaining representatives about those proposed amendments and gained their support for them. The amendments allow us to continue to have a zero tolerance policy, as we always have, for our safety sensitive and CDL holding employees, so that if they were ever to test positive for indications of cannabis use, they would face disciplinary consequences. However, the change is that for non-safety sensitive positions, we would take the information from a positive drug test and use that as evidence, and we would look at the totality of the evidence in regards to whether the employee was impaired at work as a basis for a disciplinary action. So it would not be an automatic discipline, but merely evidence that might support discipline. And so we have, again, reached agreement with the bargaining units affected and proposed that all 3 of these changes be put into place.
And so the bargaining units and everyone is good with these changes. They feel that it adequately will protect the employee and will adequately protect us also, the employer.
Correct. We reached out to the presidents of both bargaining units, and they were supportive of revisions which apply more lenient concepts to non-safety sensitive employees and employees who don't hold CDLs.
Okay, thank you. I just felt that it was important that that be on the record and that people know how we have changed the handbook for employees, because not everyone doesn't have the opportunity to always read the handbook every time that we make a change. So I just felt that it was important that we put this on the record. So thank you very much. And with that, I would move to approve Resolution 2021, a resolution amending Resolution 2012, 164, a resolution adopting the 2012 Santa Fe County Human Resource Handbook, and to replace the 2008 Santa Fe County Human Resource Handbook.
Second.
Okay, so we have a motion from Commissioner Hanson and a second from Commissioner Hamilton.
Mr. Chair.
Yes, under discussion, Commissioner Garcia.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Under discussion to the state actually adopting the new cannabis recreational statute. State of New Mexico is going to be dealing with a lot of cannabis and a lot of other type of things that are going to be floating around the state of New Mexico. Just to get to the point, sometimes you can take poppy seed, you can take anxiety pills, you can take antidepressant pills. Now marijuana is going to be offered a lot more. So if an employee does test positive, I see where the CDL requirements are, and that's nationwide. But so if an employee has a problem, what can the employee do to come and seek help other than getting documented and tested due to stuttering at work, smelling like alcohol, smelling like marijuana? Is there an avenue that the employee has to get some help?
Chair Roybal, Commissioner Garcia, yes, there is a self-identification process which is outlined in the handbook where the employee can come in advance to self-identify that there is an issue with substance abuse or alcohol, and we would assist that employee to get help. That process does need to happen in advance of discipline being identified. So if there's a reasonable suspicion issue and then an employee identifies after that, typically the consideration would be different than if they came in advance to identify that they have a problem, they need to go into a facility or need some assistance finding resources.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Ms. Quintana. I appreciate that the Santa Fe County does have that ability, because when you talk about society out there as a whole, there's so many addictions out there. It's unbelievable. Whether you shoot a gun too much or there's addictions for everything out there. And as long as Santa Fe County does provide help for individuals that feel that they need some help, that's good to know. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Garcia. Was that it, sir? Any other questions or comments from the board? Okay, seeing none, we have a motion and a second. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, same sign. Motion carries unanimously. Can we get a resolution number for this one, Deputy Clerk Gantz? (2021-077). Thank you.
Mr. Chair, if I could, was
go-
that action related to the resolution for the handbook, and had it intended to include also the amendments to the collective bargaining agreements?
Madam
Go ahead,
County-
Commissioner Hanson.
Deputy County Attorney, yes, it includes all of, I just didn't read the entire caption.
Thank you.
But because I trust that the stenographer knows that if I started reading the first 3 lines, I included everything else.
And the same for the second.
So the motion and second did include that. Now, for everybody that voted in the affirmative, was that your understanding as well, Commissioner Garcia?
Yes.
Yes?
Yes.
Commissioner Hughes, yes. And a yes from Commissioner Roybal. Is that okay?
Thank you.
Thank you, guys. Okay, next we're going to go on to item number 8D, and this is a request to move forward from Commissioner Hanson, and this is a presentation of a certificate of appreciation to Miss Lois Mee for her dedicated service to the Nancy Rodriguez Community Center. Commissioner Hanson?
Yeah, so I was just I was wondering if Lois and William are online. I don't see them, but maybe they couldn't make it.
They are
Maybe
online.
because it got moved up, Commissioner.
I don't know if we have people online at the moment.
Tessa Joe, can you confirm if we have them online?
Mr. Chair, this is Daniel Fresquez. I do see them on WebEx.
I'm sorry, Daniel, but oh, you do? Okay. Can, if you're on
I do
the
see
WebEx meeting,
Lois on WebEx.
Lois? Okay, so if you'd like to speak, Lois, you can unmute yourself.
I guess we just can't, we don't have the ability to see them also like we used to be able to do. Okay. I just checking in. So I will start this because I really, I am grateful to Lois Mee for all that she has done for the Agua Fria Village over the years. There really are not words to express her generosity that she has given to the community. And when Lois Mee began serving on the Nancy Rodriguez Community Center Board of Trustees as an alternative in the community center hadn't even officially opened yet. That didn't happen until 2007, and Lois had been involved with the Nancy Rodriguez Community Center ever since. She has devoted countless hours of her time, a tremendous amount of her energy into her work as a trustee over the last 14 years. This certificate seeks to honor Mrs. Mee for her many years of dedicated service to Santa Fe County, the community center itself, and our constituents who utilize it. A lifelong and sixth-generation resident of the Agua Fria Village, Lois Mee says she tries to stay involved because she realizes how important the work is that our government officials do to obtain money and get everything in motion to provide things like the community center for us. And we have a responsibility to take care of these things after so much hard work went into them to now have a place for us. In her 14 years at the Nancy Rodriguez Community Center, Lois has gone above and beyond our expectations of a community center trustee. In addition to meeting with renters, submitting paperwork for rentals, and managing the calendar, she opened and closed the center and provided training for community center trustees at other locations in the county. She has gone to the center on a moment's notice to reset security alarms when trespassers tried to get into the facility after hours, reset tripped electrical outlets, and always kept a watchful eye on the landscaping, promptly contacting the county when the drip irrigation system stopped working. She worked to redirect funds slated for a portal for the center, which was no longer needed, to make improvements to the facility, including a new stove, range hood and sink, a portable PA system, and a new drinking fountain that refills water bottles. Recently, she recalled a time a renter frantically called to tell her that a huge and unexpected rainstorm blew in, causing floodwaters to enter into the center from under the door. She and her husband, William, reported to the scene and used old towels and rags to block the water from entering through the doors and help the renters mop up all the water. Lois is now stepping down as a trustee to spend more time with her family. I am so honored to present this certificate of appreciation to Lois Mee for her many years of dedicated service as a trustee of the Nancy Rodriguez Community Center. The certificate reads as follows. Lois Mee, on behalf of Santa Fe County, we award this certificate of appreciation in recognition of your dedicated years of service as a trustee to the Nancy Rodriguez Community Center. Your contribution has enriched the Agua Fria Village community, and we are grateful. I cannot say enough good words about Lois and all the kind things that she has done for everyone in the community. She is definitely a role model for all of the trustees, and I want to just at this point make a plug for the fact that we do need a trustee in the village of Agua Fria. I know that it is very hard to fill Lois Mee's shoes, but we look forward to finding that person and moving forward. So thank you, Lois, for everything, and I will get this certificate of appreciation to you in the next few weeks. Thank you very much.
So the chair is returning, but Lois, if you're on, would you like Lois to make us, does she care to say anything?
I don't know if Lois is on. I hope she is, or maybe she's just watching via YouTube.
I'm here.
Yeah.
Yay! Okay, Lois, yay! Thank you. Would you like to say anything?
Well, I just want to thank you for the recognition and actually thank Santa Fe County staff for just being partners with us the whole time, because without them there or somebody to call on when things do happen at the center, I wouldn't be able to do the job that I was doing. I especially wanted to thank Commissioner Garcia for being a partner in crime with us every time that we needed help negotiating that money, especially for that portal. He was the one person that made the meetings happen and kept on top of the coordination of all the money that we were able to get from Jeff Branch and Associates. So I appreciate the partnerships that I had with the county staff throughout the years. So, and I look forward to just keeping on top of the center, making sure things are still working well and everything is being kept up, because ultimately we're the ones that benefit from having the center there. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Lois, very much for being here.
Thank you, Commissioner Hanson. Thank you, Lois. Commissioner Garcia?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Lois Mee, as you brought it up, 14 years ago, whenever we actually started construction of that center, and we're from the name of it to how it was going to be designed, why this was here, why this isn't here. Very great asset to Santa Fe County, Lois. And you are right, we were there for individuals that may not know. The developments that are getting built off of Agua Fria there, anywhere from the theaters to the restaurants to Lowe's to the residential development. They worked with the developers in that area to contribute some money to the community center. This is pre-COVID, and it took a little while to talk with the individuals, and Lewis was always on me as into, Rudy, where's it at? Rudy, and she worked very hard, and we worked very hard, and it's not that easy to get people to donate money to the government, but they did. We got some money from it, and Lois actually, and her husband, obviously, because they're a partner, worked very hard on that stuff. She would come to me and she would ask me, what about this? Where's this? And it took a little while, but things got done for that beautiful community center, anywhere from the landscaping to the asphalt, paving on it, to the project managers that were on it after I kind of got moved to a different division. It's a great center. People such as Lois Mee or individuals that actually are caretakers of our community centers are very much appreciated in my eyes and in the county staff's eyes. I know sometimes county staff may get a little frustrated into what the caretakers would like and want, but they're there on a daily basis and they're there on the weekends. I know an individual that worked on weekends, and it's tough. You want to go on a vacation? Well, who's going to watch the center? Who's going to watch for the baby shower? Who's going to do this? Who's going to open and close it? Who's going to monitor it? It's the caretakers of the community center. And Louis, for 14 years already, time flies. You've done an excellent job in being the caretaker for that community center. And yes, those shoes will be hard to be filled. One of the things I would like, because we're having a new caretaker that's going to be happening in the Senate area, and thank you for Camille for stepping forward for that, is maybe we can have staff as well as individuals that are caretakers or have been caretakers so they can give guidance to the new caretakers as to do some of the stuff that you deal with out there. Like I said, I was out in Michigan this last 5-7 days, and I was dealing with the La Cienega Community Center, and it turned out well, it turned out good. Thank you, staff, on that. But yes, Lois, you've done an excellent job there. Thank you for your services to the community. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Commissioner Garcia, and very well said. Thank you to all our volunteers and trustees of our community centers. And Lois, thank you so much for all your dedication to Santa Fe County and the service to our constituents. Thank you. Any other comments from Commissioner Hanson?
I just want to finish by recognizing that that money that we did get from Mr. Branch for the repairs, I also want to thank the county manager for her dedication and nonstop work on trying to get that finished. And since none of us have been in the community center since the COVID, I haven't really even seen the improvements, but I'm sure Lois has been in there and checked it out, and that it is satisfactory and up to par. So thank you, Lois, once again for everything that you've done for Santa Fe County and all the residents of Agua Fria. I'm grateful.
Thank you, Commissioner Hanson. Any other comments? Okay, and have we already taken a vote on this one? I don't believe we had a motion yet, Commissioner Hanson.
I'm sorry. It looks like it's just a presentation.
Okay.
But I'm happy to make a motion.
Sure.
So I move that we approve this certificate of appreciation to Lois Mee and all the great work that she has done for the community of Agua Fria.
We have a motion from Commissioner Hanson to approve the certificate that we are awarding to Ms. Lois Mee, and a second from Commissioner Garcia. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, same sign. Motion carries. Thank you again, Ms. Mee. We really appreciate your service. Okay, so we're going to move on to our next agenda item. This is going to be miscellaneous action items. 4A has been withdrawn, so we're going to go to 4B. And this is first of all, to request approval of amendment number 6 to agreement number 2016-013-CMMM between Santa Fe County and Desert Elements designed to provide web hosting and maintenance services, increasing the amount of compensation by $150,000 for a total contract sum of $540,000 inclusive of New Mexico GRT. And second, to delegate signature authority to the county manager to sign the purchase order. And from the purchasing division, we have Mr. Bill Taylor, and also we have from the county manager's office, Mr. Daniel Fresquez. Mr. Taylor?
Thank you, Mr. Chair, Commissioners. Thank you for having this presentation today, our action item. This is amendment number 6 to the agreement with Desert Elements. Desert Elements agreement, they manage the web page, web hosting of all the county, throughout the county. They provide graphic design for designing different faces for web pages, access for the public to it, and this agreement would extend the contract beyond the 4-year term to the 5th year and add compensation to continue those services. With that, Mr. Chair, I'll stand for any questions.
Great, okay, thank you, Mr. Taylor, and great job that you guys provide. I'm going to go to Commissioner Garcia.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Mr. Taylor, for bringing this forward. I've actually visualized this. I've gone to several different restaurants, and to see that big screen TV on the wall there, and it's interesting to me to see individual tourists actually looking at that and seeing different advertisements go by. This is what we're talking about, right? What they do? Oh, this is a whole different thing.
This is actually, Mr. Chair and Commissioner Garcia, this is actually our own internal website. So I think the advertisement out in restaurants is more with the Sunny 505 contract, promotional lodger's tax agreement that we have for promoting tourism. This is more of our internal county website management.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. With that, if there's no other questions, move for approval.
So we did have an additional question from Commissioner Hanson, but we'll go ahead and keep that motion, and we'll ask for a second later. Commissioner Hanson?
I'd second it.
Or you'll second? Okay, and then under discussion, Commissioner Hanson?
Yeah, I just, I want to say thank you, because I think Desert Elements has done a good job on our website. My constituent liaison for District 2, Sarah Smith, always comments on how easy it is to find things on our website. And to me, that is a really good example of a well-designed website, if things are easy to find. And that is what you want on a website. You want it to be easy for the public when they're out there looking for a resolution, looking for something, to be able to find it. And I appreciate all of Daniel's work in working with them, because a lot of that is his probably direction and helping us get to the right place. So thank you, Daniel, and thank you for bringing this forward. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Commissioner Hanson. So we do have a motion and a second. The motion was from Commissioner Garcia, the second from Commissioner Hanson. Any other questions or comments under discussion? Okay, seeing none. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, same sign. Okay, motion carries unanimously. Thank you, Mr. Taylor.
Thank
We
you.
appreciate it, sir. Okay, so our next item is number 4C, and this is request the delegation of authority to the county manager to negotiate and execute on behalf of the county all contracts and purchase orders necessary for the construction of 2 overlay projects for County Roads 67 and 84. And once again, from our purchasing division, we have Mr. Bill Taylor and also Mr. Ryan Ward, if there's any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Commissioners, good afternoon. I wanted to give an overview as well as some background on these 2 projects. On August 29th, 2021, the Purchasing Division issued invitation for bid, which was IFB number 2022-0037-PW/APS for 2 overlay projects for County Roads 84 and 67. Bids are to be received September 17th, 2021. The road materials necessary for road overlay projects must be applied when temperatures are maintained above 50 degrees Fahrenheit. This is identified as the paving season. In the interest of completing the subject roads before the end of paving season, authorizing the county manager to negotiate and execute all contracts and purchase orders would assist in expediting the contract award process. The award will be based on the lowest responsive bidder. The final bid and award results will be presented to the Board of County Commissioners as an informational item at a later BCC meeting. In the background on these 2 projects, they're both bond projects. The County Road 84 is approximately 3.9 miles long. So it's a significant overlay. When we're talking about these type of overlays, they're 2 inches thick. Within the project, what the contractors will be doing aside from that is getting the roadway, their existing paved roadways prepped So they'll be doing some crack sealing, they'll be doing some possible blade patching, some different things to improve the pavement surface enough to where we can overlay it with a new pavement. And so there'll be some grubbing, cleaning of the right-of-way edges and some of those things. I think it's important to note that, as we've kind of worked through this paving season, we've taken on several new projects like we do every year. But we wanted to make sure before we kind of run out of the temperatures that we need, that these two roadways are addressed. Old Santa Fe Trail is approximately 3.5 miles long. It's exactly the same scenario. So Commission District 1 for County Road 84 and Commission District 4 for Old Santa Fe Trail or County Road 67.
Okay. And I know I can speak on behalf of the County Road 84s, and I've noticed that they've started cleaning away and widening the shoulders a little bit, and that road definitely is in desperate need. There's a lot of delamination that actually I noticed was identified out there with white spray paint when I've driven it, so it's going to be really good to see that redone, so thank you.
Yeah, we're excited about these two projects. And the one other thing that I would note, just so the commission knows, is running up against FTEs and the availability of staff was really why we tried to merge these two projects together to keep it moving. We're currently working on actually 2 projects right now, getting those prepped, and then we'll move to our LGRF, which is seal coat projects, paving. So we're really trying to ramp up so we can hopefully, finish more roads at the end of the season, and that was really the intent of this.
Okay, great job. Any other questions from the commission? Commissioner Garcia?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Ryan. Apologize for not mentioning your last name, but I actually forgot it. But nonetheless, Ryan, thank you for what you and your staff do. So county staff will be performing this work?
This work's actually going to be bid out, and so there'll be contractors doing these 2 projects. Yes, sir.
And regarding County Road 84B, that's the road that goes through the Powaca. It's basically the old highway to Los Alamos. Will it actually, what did you say, 4.4 miles, will that stop at the San Ildefonso Pueblo?
Correct. So we're County Road 84 and 84B split into a Y. That's where it'll end there. It begins at the Powaca River. That's where the start of the project is.
And this hopefully includes striping if needed, right?
Correct.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Commissioner Garcia. So on this one, I'll go ahead and make a motion for approval. So I'll make a motion to approve item number 4C. Is there
Second?
a second from Commissioner Hamilton? Under discussion, any questions, comments? Okay. So all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, same sign. Motion carries. Thank you. Okay, so we're on to item number 5, and this is matters of public concern. Is there anybody from the public that would like to address the commission? Tessa Jo or Daniel, do we have anybody from the public that is signed up for public comment?
Mr. Chair, we have Angeli B.
I'm sorry, can you repeat that name, sir?
Yeah, sorry about that. We have Angeli Bean.
Angeline Bean? Okay. And is there anybody else from the public that would like to address the commission? If you are on a calling in to the meeting, you would hit *6 to unmute yourself. Or if you're on a WebEx, you can unmute yourself as well and just state your name for the record, please.
Mr. Chair, through the chat, we have Sue Barnum.
Sue Barnum? Okay. And is that it right now, Daniel?
So far, that's it.
Okay. So if anybody else would like to address the commission, you can send that request through chat or unmute yourself with *6. So first, we're going to go ahead and go to Angeline Bean.
Great, thank you. Good afternoon, Mr. Chair and Commissioners. I would like to make a brief comment as a county employee regarding Manager Miller's COVID-19 update last meeting. and the county's intent to require a COVID-19 vaccine for all employees. The board heard from several county employees last meeting who did not support this action. And in hearing the comments and discussion, I felt it was important that the board also hear from staff who do. I can be sympathetic to the desire for privacy when making health decisions. However, I firmly believe that a person's right to choose does not override my right to be safe in the workplace, especially as the county has called workers back to the office, in my case, in a cubicle with no doors or walls. I am supremely aware that the actions of my colleagues affect me. Masks are not infallible, and interacting with unvaccinated individuals increases my risk of a breakthrough infection or transmitting this disease to someone else. I simply could not forgive it if interactions with unvaccinated colleagues at work led me to unwittingly infect an immunocompromised friend or loved one. Furthermore, requiring a safe, effective, and fully FDA-approved vaccine is not different from any other condition of employment currently being enforced. Just as being under the influence of drugs or alcohol is a personal health choice any employee can make, the consequences of doing either at work can be termination, because both of those actions put others in unacceptable danger. Refusing an approved and life-saving vaccine is not different. For these and all the other reasons Manager Miller listed in her presentation last week, I cannot state strongly enough how supportive I am of this action. I am very proud to be working for a government who takes this seriously, and I thank you all for standing up for science and for the public good. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments, Ms. Bean. Okay, so we're going to go on to our next public comment, and we have Ms. Sue Barnum.
Hi, can you see me?
Yes, we can. If you
Can't
could
see
try and
myself.
speak a little bit louder into the mic.
I will try. I'm in my car. There were 5 of us who came to support this request. This is a request for a Santa Fe County ordinance regarding abandoned houses. The house at 1350 Bishop's Lodge Road has been abandoned for at least 12 of the 15 years I have lived here. It has blue leaking tarps over what were once roofs. It's full of trash, rodents, and other animals. The property is overgrown and a fire hazard. Most recently, a squatter couple decided to make it their home. I called the county and I sent enforcement out with the sheriff, and the squatters seem to have gone for several burglaries in the area. I know that the county has no ordinance for such houses and that there are a lot of them. Commissioner Roosevelt told me that. As a member of the planning committee of the Tasuji Valley Community Association, I've attended several meetings with the county where this subject has been broached, but no action has been taken. Not only is the property a health hazard, sure to be full of mold, but 2 years ago, my property insurance was canceled because I refused to trespass in order to, quote, clean up the property, the back part of which is next door to mine. The insurance company considered it a fire hazard. I sent a registered letter to the person who pays the taxes on the property, but it was never picked up. At considerable expense and trouble, I hurriedly found other house insurance. Neighbors and I have spent considerable sums to thin trees and clear a firewire space around our houses, so the 1350 property remains a tangle of brush. There are pictures that I included so that you can see that. You've probably seen it before. It is an insult to tax-paying homeowners who maintain their property to allow a house like this to stand for 12 years vacant, open, and trashed. We have cited the person who pays the taxes 3 times in those years, and each time he rents a dumpster, cleans out the place, but within 3 months, it's right back to where it was, along with various homeless people who make it a temporary shelter. Last but not least, this house affects our property values. We understand that people want to pass their land on to future generations and that sometimes the property is vacant for a time. We request that you write an ordinance that sets a minimal standard for an empty or abandoned house to prevent it being condemned and torn down. Such an ordinance would require a roof that doesn't leak, no tarps allowed, intact locked windows and doors, no trash on the property, and maintenance of brush so that it's not a fire hazard. If standards are not met, we suggest the owners are cited twice with substantial financial penalties. If repairs are not made within a reasonable time, the house is condemned and must be torn down and cleared at the owner's expense. We expect the county to maintain reasonable standards for housing. This ordinance must be addressed. If the color of stucco in the historical district is regulated, surely the condition of abandoned houses in the county can be. Thank you very much for your consideration.
Thank you, Ms. Barnum. We appreciate your comments and your request today to consider an ordinance. And thank you for being here and bringing forward public comment. Okay, Daniel, did we have anybody else that wanted to speak, address the commission that has signed up?
Mr. Chair, nobody else has signed up.
Okay, so at this point, I'm going to go ahead and close matters of public concern and move on to item number 6. And this is presentation. 6A is a presentation and request of direction on proposed amendments to Chapter 12 of the Sustainable Land Development Code, SLDC, to facilitate the implementation of impact fees, utility expansion charges, and transfer of development rights, TDRs. And from the Growth Management Department, we have Mr. Robert Griego and also Maggie Moore.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, Commissioners. Robert Griego, Planning Manager. The item before you today is to request direction to move forward with proposed amendments to Chapter 12 of the Sustainable Land Development Code. There's a growth management chapter to address impact fees, utility expansion charges, and transfer of development rights. The purpose of Chapter 12 is to implement the county's growth management strategy set out in the SGMP, which includes directing growth to areas served by adequate public facilities and services. Chapter 12 includes sections on adequate public facility requirements, capital improvement plan, development fees, funding mechanisms, including public improvement and county improvement districts, and transfer of development rights. Staff and our impact fees consultant, Economic Planning Systems, provided a presentation to the board in December in regard to the process and proposed schedule for considering impact fees in accordance with the New Mexico Development Fees Act. The Act requires the establishment of a Capital Improvements Advisory Committee, which was established in May of this year, land use assumptions, which were reviewed by the Capital Improvement Advisory Committee, an impact fee CIP, an impact fee study, and staff has also identified amendments to the SLDC that are required to move forward with the impact fees process. The additional amendments to Chapter 12 of the SLDC include changes to the transfer of development rights sections of Chapter 12 to address technical changes, increase the TDR transfer ratio for multifamily and affordable rental dwelling units, and create a TDR transfer ratio for adjustments to the dimension standards in accordance with the allowable adjustments identified in the zoning districts in Chapter 9 of the SLDC. Senior Planner Maggie Moore will provide a presentation to the board on the proposed amendments and timeline. At the conclusion of the presentation, staff will be available to address questions from the board in regard to the proposed amendments and proposed timelines for amendments to Chapter 12, and county utility staff will also be available to answer questions regarding water and wastewater questions. Thank you, and I turn it over to Maggie Moore.
Thank you. Okay. So thanks, Robert, and good afternoon. I'm just going to give a brief presentation to accompany our memo and Robert's comments on our proposed amendments to Chapter 12. And we believe these amendments are needed to help facilitate the implementation of impact fees and utility expansion charges. Okay, next slide. Yeah, as Robert mentioned, we're kind of highlighting these sections, the adequate public facilities, development fees, and TDR. Next slide. And then before we get into the amendments, I wanted to provide just a big picture overview of our policy and code framework that we're working under. Our Sustainable Growth Management Plan, Policy 47, establishes that new development should pay impact fees to support public facilities and services necessitated by that growth. Said in another way, growth should pay its way. Next slide. Okay, further, the stated purpose of Chapter 12 is not only that growth pays its way, but also that we direct growth to areas where we have adequate public facilities and services, namely SDA 1 and SDA 2 for the county. Next slide. So, this strategy is implemented via a number of tools and techniques, including capital planning, development agreements, TDRs, and development fees. Okay, next slide. So one of those strategies in the toolkit in Chapter 12 is the adequate public facilities regulations. Some of the proposed changes we're recommending are to the Table 12-1 in the code, and this is the adopted levels of service. So for example, we would propose changing the service area for fire and rescue. Currently, it is the individual fire districts, and so we recommend changing that to a county-wide service area. For roads, as a service category, we would recommend changing the service area from road maintenance districts to SDA 1 and SDA 2, as that is the area where we have identified the primary growth needs for roads in the county. We would recommend removing the sheriff's vehicles from the level of service, as the New Mexico Development Fees Act requires that things that capital improvements be of a greater than $10,000 value and 10-year lifespan, and we know that sheriff's vehicles do not fit under those standards. Okay. The next one, we would remove water and sewer from this list as we are pursuing the utility expansion charges for those services. And we would combine parks, open space, trails, and trailheads into one service category. Currently now it's divided up into a number of different service categories. Okay, next slide. And then moving on into the development fees section of the code, we propose removing the limitation that fees only apply to developments where, quote, 5 or more lots are created, and allow impact fees to apply equitably to all development regardless of size. Okay, slide 8, next slide. And we also propose that the board considers an impact fee exemptions for affordable housing as allowed under the New Mexico Development Fees Act. Currently, Chapter 13 allows for an exemption for affordable housing that is required under the code, but doesn't kind of give a blanket exemption to all affordable housing. So we believe it's something that should be considered. Next slide. Okay. Also, we propose making a distinction in the code for what we are calling an impact fee CIP. This would be kind of a smaller subset of our larger CIP, which would be projects that were specifically growth-related and eligible for impact fee revenues. Right now, the code, it just reads CIP, and it can get a little confusing. Okay, next slide. And here we're just kind of referring back to that Table 12 and making sure that when we discuss service areas and service categories and level of service in Chapter 12, that all the references are consistent and compatible in the code. Okay, next slide. And we're also proposing a number of amendments to the TDR program. This is a program that promotes and preserves agricultural rural open spaces and directs growth to areas with adequate public facilities and services. Okay, next slide. So some of the specific proposed changes would be to change that single properties cannot be sending areas and receiving areas. Change the title from, quote, allocation of development rights to transfer of development rights certification. And change language in the section to clarify the procedures for the TDR certification process that are needed. Okay, next slide. Additionally, with the TDR program, we would recommend changing the section title from TDR unit equivalencies to TDR transfer ratio, also increasing the TDR transfer ratio and creating a transfer ratio for what we would define as multifamily and affordable rentals. We would also propose creating a TDR transfer ratio for dimension standards to align with allowable adjustments per density and dimension tables established in Chapter 8 for the following zoning districts: planning, development districts, commercial, general, industrial, light industrial, and mixed use. Okay, next slide. And then moving on to the utility expansion charges amendments, we propose amendments to Ordinance 1998-16, including replacing Section 3, sewer service connection fees, with the sewer service utility expansion charges, consistent with previously provided presentations on the UEC's proposals. Next slide. And we've also identified amendments to ordinance number 2018-4, which would include replacing this section with the utility expansion charge notice that we're working on. So, okay, next slide. And so our request today is direction and support from the BCC to move forward with these proposed amendments to Chapter 12 so that we can proceed with our work on impact fees, on the utility expansion charges, and the TDRs. We've also included a timeline of proposed next steps over the next several months pending the board's decision. And so with that, I thank you for your time, and we will be happy to take any questions that you have on the memo or the presentation.
Okay, thank you very much. I'm going to go to Commissioner Hamilton, and then I'll go to Commissioner Hanson.
Most of these sound like a good idea. I'm generally supportive of a lot of them. The change in the way impact fees are applied in the fire department is kind of a big change. It used to be required to do it district by district. And now it's, and I think a lot of the logic of that was that if you have more development, you have more needs, so the money should stay there. The idea of spreading it, of this change would mean you have more freedom of putting the money where it's needed. So there are a lot of areas that are underserved because they're underdeveloped, but they still have a lot of needs. So my only question is, was this discussed with the fire districts in the process?
Short answer, yes. We've been working with the fire chief and her staff on this.
Yeah, of course, the fire chief. That's not also the districts. I just want to know what the breadth of the outreach was within the fire department.
Mr. Chairman, Commissioner Hamilton, yeah, we have worked directly with the fire staff here at the county. I'm not sure how the communication has been made to the fire districts. We will communicate with the fire chief to ensure to see, as we proceed with this, to see how the communication with the fire districts has been occurred.
Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Hamilton. Commissioner Hanson?
Thank you, Maggie. Thank you, Robert. I really appreciate you bringing this forward. I think this is something really important. This board has talked about impact fees and utility expansion fees for quite some time, and I'm happy to see it being moved forward, so the sooner the better. I do completely believe in growth should pay its way. I think that's really important. I didn't quite understand exactly what you're going to do with the TDRs, but I get that you want to increase them to some degree for multifamily units. Am I understanding that correct?
Mr. Chairman, Commissioner Hanson, that is correct. For both multifamily and affordable rental units is the way that we've defined it. We would be going through a process to identify, the specifics in regard to that, but we have identified, again, the need to provide some incentives for affordable housing and multifamily and affordable rentals.
So it would only the increase would only be for the affordable and sustainable and subsistent housing, so to speak?
Yes, we've also, discussed the potential to increase the ratio for the overall TDR program to help to make it more functional. But, in regard to, there are currently a limited number of supply of TDRs on the market. There are developers who are interested in purchasing TDRs. So, again, I think, one of the concepts would be to increase the ratio overall, but not increase it as high as for multifamily and affordable rentals. So currently, the current TDR ratio is one TDR from a sending area could result in 4 dwelling units within a receiving area. One potential option would be to increase that ratio from 1 to 4 to 1 to 6, so we can incentivize development, but also provide the monetary value for the TDRs from the sending areas for the property owner who does sending areas, so they maintain the value for those TDRs as a sending area, and then the development in the areas where we do want to see development to increase the number of dwelling units for that. Multifamily and affordable rentals, we propose going a little bit higher, up to 10 for multifamily.
But multifamily affordable?
Yes.
Not multifamily and affordable?
Multifamily affordable.
Okay, not because I don't want to incentivize multifamily. I want to incentivize affordable multifamily. Okay,
Thank you.
I just want to be clear about that. So I have the presentation in front of me. It wasn't online that you just did, but in general, I'm completely in favor of this and moving forward, especially with the utility expansion fee and the TDRs and all the other things that you said. But I think I just want to be careful with the TDRs that we're not giving that to developers to do more market rate, but that we're doing more affordable units, because that is what we are really short of in this community. And, providing homes for teachers, workforce. When I say affordable, I think of our workforce and our workforce that needs housing here in the city. And that's what I really want to see the TDRs banded for, is for workforce, housing, teachers, police, fire, our services industry. So thank you. That's all the questions I have right at the moment, or comments. But I really appreciate you bringing this forward. Maggie and Robert, thank you so much. I'm wholeheartedly behind this, 100%. Just because recently there was a letter in the newspaper, a letter to the editor, and they said, oh, nobody's ever talking about impact fees or anything. And I thought, well, of course, nobody pays attention to what we're doing at the county. So they didn't know what we're doing. They didn't know that in December we had a presentation about it, because they only think that the city exists when really the county is doing a lot of the heavy lifting. And so I really appreciate it. Thank you very much.
That's great. I'll look for that, that letter.
Okay, thanks.
Thank you, Commissioner Hanson. Commissioner Garcia?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We're going to do an amendment to Section 12 of the SDLC, correct? So you guys are all, you all are coming forward to us to ask us that you want to look into these different items that you mentioned on your memo. And so if we give you the okay with that, you're going to come back and we're going to approve the fees? Are the fees higher? Are they lower? Or we're just going to give you authority to go put together what you feel is right with the studies that you do, and then it's adopted? Or is this just to give you authority to go look at that and come bring it back to us?
Ms. Chairman, Commissioner Garcia, yeah, I think it's the latter. Basically, what we are proposing to do now is we need to make some changes to the code in order to bring forward the impact fee. The impact fee study, again, as we indicated, the impact fee study needs to have specific service categories with levels of service and service areas. So we need to align the code with what we're proposing with the impact fee study. The impact fee study will be brought to both the Capital Improvement Advisory Committee for review, and then it will be brought to the Board of County Commission for review. As that is brought forward the Board of County Commissioners, there will be proposed impact fees for each of the service categories. The board will review that, review the study, and then the board at a later time will adopt a resolution or ordinance to approve impact fees based on again, the study will identify what the maximum amount of impact fees could be charged. The board could charge a lesser fee based on in accordance with the Development Fees Act.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Robert. I guess where I'm going with this is a couple of questions I have. So so this is going to open the ability for you to go talk to the Sheriff's Department, to the Fire Chief and the volunteer departments, as well as the Utility Department, as well as the Public Works Department, as well as you guys are setting this up so you can go talk to all of these departments and see how this amendments are going to affect them, right? No, yes or no?
Mr. Chairman, Commissioner, we have been working with fire, utilities, Public Works, roads. We've been working with all departments internally within the county.
Who from the Sheriff's Department have you worked with?
We have been working with Lieutenant Madrid, and the county sheriff has also been informed of all of our discussions.
Lieutenant Madrid? So I just want, Mr. Chair, I just want to make sure that us planners are communicating with every single department as to do what's going to work, what's not going to work with Mr. Montoya from Affordable Housing, whether it's going to work. As the commissioner brought forward, she wants multi-family affordable. What's affordable to you, to her, to me, to the realtors out there? I want to know what multifamily is affordable. We can sit here and say and recommend, yes, we're going to have multifamily affordable, but what is affordable? I don't even know what affordable is. In regards to the schools, hopefully we can communicate with the schools, because I see all of that element going down there in Los Solares, which is the city of Santa Fe's jurisdiction. But it's coming out to the county in that area, and I want to make sure that everybody's communicating, because we can all have great plans, and this communication is key to me.
Gotcha.
In regards to when we want to adjust the water charges for hookups, is this for a brand new subdivision, as you mentioned, for 5 or more lots, or is this for Mr. Montoya that's surrounded by this development, and now he needs to go pay $50,000 to get a water hookup to disconnect as well? These are just things I'm interested in.
Yeah. So, Mr. Chairman, Commissioner Garcia, in regard to the water and wastewater, we have levels of service and service areas within our development fees in the SLDC currently. There is a process that we are proposing to not have impact fees for water and wastewater, and utilize the utility expansion charges in lieu of the impact fees. There has been a study that's already been completed to identify that, and there's a process going on, and I'll turn it over.
No, let me finish really quick. I appreciate you guys bringing this forward because it's something that, it's a working target, a working plan, right? Because as we figure out how things are going to work in this SDLC, as we mentioned, whenever it got adopted, 6 years ago, we have to see how these subdivisions are affecting the community when it comes to public safety, roads, infrastructure, health and safety of the general public. One of the things that I'm interested in is the new development that we're approving off of State Road 14, which is actually south of the Santa Fe Brewing Company. That's a 680 lot subdivision that's under construction right now. And I would like to see or know how that 600 lot subdivision, how the new regulations, how it got approved, affected public safety, affected water connections, affected all the stuff that we want to amend. How did that subdivision, how did it impact these rules, and why are we wanting to change these rules? Did it work for that new subdivision or did it not work? If that's right, I'd like to know that. And also for the consultants out there, as the commissioner here mentioned, so we did talk with the general public about this, or now we're going to go talk to the general public as soon as the county commission gives you authority to move forward for changes.
Do you want to address it?
Well, one of the meetings that with the Capital Improvement Advisory Committee, which we reestablished in May, I think, we've held 3 public meetings with them to discuss the impact fees. Those were publicly noticed meetings that happened over the summer. And so we're currently really engaged with that committee, and will continue to be so, hopefully, through the next few months as we kind of review the impact study and then bring it to the BCC in a public setting. Yeah.
So, Mr. Chair, so right now, just for my knowledge, we're allowing you guys to move forward on these different topics that you're talking about. And you're going to bring the recommendations back to this commission. Is that correct?
Yeah, that's the plan, that we would continue our work with our legal counsel to kind of draft some amendments and changes to Chapter 12 and then bring those back to the board in hopefully the next month.
Next month. Mr. Chair, so how many subdivisions have we actually gone through the process since we adopted this SDLC ordinance? Is the 680 lot subdivision part of this? Did it go through these requirements?
Mr. Chairman, Commissioner Garcia, I'm not sure I understand your question. Since the code was adopted, you're asking how many subdivisions were approved?
So I guess, Mr. Chair, my question is, why are we amending this? Have we already had 5, 10, 15 different subdivisions that have gone through the existing SDLC code, and therefore we feel there needs to be amendments to it?
Mr. Chairman, we have not, the Sustainable Growth Management Plan and the code identified the need for new growth to pay for itself and to direct growth to areas with adequate public facilities and services. We, part of that, part of the growth management, Chapter 12, growth management, identified development fees as a way for new growth to pay for itself. We have not implemented those impact fees at this time, and that's why we're bringing it forward now. We're trying to bring those impact fees forward for new growth to pay for itself in accordance with our policy framework.
Mr. Chair, the impact fees are for large developments?
As we indicated, currently in the SLDC, it identifies that development fees will be applicable for 5 lots or more. There are some issues and concerns with that, specifically in regard to potential projects that can be brought forward that are not subdivisions. So we have had this issue with with the affordable housing regulations in Chapter 13 of the Sustainable Land Development Code, where a subdivision could be created with, where a development could occur without a subdivision happening. So you could have a large number of residential units on a lot that did not get subdivided. Therefore, they are not subject to the affordable housing requirements. If this is a similar issue with the development, with that section of the code, if we only require it for 5 lots or more, lots of between 1 and 4 would not be subject to the impact fees, but there would also be the potential for development to come forward that are not subdivisions that would also not be subject to the impact fees.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I appreciate you individuals bringing this forward because, like I mentioned, it is a moving target, right? And if we can amend a plan that isn't working or it is working or what we need to do, I understand. And I look forward to meeting with you prior to next month, because if you're going to have all these changes drafted out by next month, you guys are moving. And so if you can please set up a meeting with me in the next week or so, I'd appreciate that, so that way I don't have to go through it up here. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Commissioner Garcia. Commissioner Hughes?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I was just wondering, in terms of the affordable housing and the impact fees, how would that work for a development that's, like most of them, got a mixture of both? So, they have to develop a certain number of affordable homes. Would the affordable homes be exempt from the impact fees and the other homes subject to it, or how would that work?
Yeah, right now, so the state law, the New Mexico Development Fees Act, does specifically allow for municipalities, counties to exempt affordable housing. So we would propose considering that and adding that to the Chapter 12 and removing that 5-lot exemption. And so we would have to consider, defining what affordable housing would be, and then setting that in the code to exempt not the entire development, but the affordable units in that development.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, and I'm glad you're moving forward on this. But that's my only question. Thank you.
Mr. Chair, I have another question.
Go ahead, Commissioner Garcia.
Sorry, but I didn't ask this earlier, but what is the New Mexico Development Act?
I'm sorry, again?
It's mentioned in the memo here that whether we're going to be in conformance with the New Mexico Development Act. What is that?
The New Mexico Development Fees Act, that is the state statute that authorizes the county to impose impact fees. And so, as part of right now, the county has the fire impact fees, which were implemented back when I was in high school in 1998, and those have been reviewed every 5 years per the act. And so even, every 5 years we'll have to come back and do this whole process over again per the Fees Act to not only review the fees, but our land use assumptions, our population projections and things like that. So it's quite a process that will be, coming back again and again, and it's all kind of guided by that state statute. And the code, when it was written, our Chapter 12, was meant to kind of mirror that, but there are some differences and some adjustments, and we feel that making it more in line with the state statute will give the county the maximum flexibility to implement these fees. That makes the most sense for us at this time.
Yes, Mr. Chair. I'm just going to mention something, and I don't know how to go about working on this, but it's something that we need to talk about. And what it is breaks my heart, and it actually sometimes frustrates me. And it's something that we're dealing with as a community in the city limits. It's happening a lot, and that's the individuals that live out of a basket. And we all see that going down the lower part of Cerrillos Road. Wake up at 7 in the morning, see those individuals hauling stuff up to the homeless shelter. Commissioner Hughes probably relates to this a lot. And the situation is getting larger and larger and larger. And as the planners for the county, I don't know how we do this, but I just would like to put that on the record that it's, like I said, it breaks my heart. It frustrates me because some individuals are out there and need help. And some individuals, my personal opinion, are doing it because they want to do it. But that's one thing I would like for you all to look into as into how can we work with affordable type housing, individuals that are homeless. How do we do that? It's just something that we need to work on. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Commissioner Garcia. Any other questions or comments from the board? Commissioner Hanson?
No, I just wanted to be clear about, and I am sorry I missed the Commissioner Garcia's questions if this was clarified, but that market rate on the TDRs is not just, it's for affordable, not market rate. Okay, I thought you got that in my last comment, but I wanted to make sure. Thank you very much. Thank you, Robert. Thank you, Maggie, for everything. I'm grateful we're moving forward with this. Sooner the better.
Thank you, Commissioner Hanson. Okay, so if there's not any other questions from the board, we want to thank you for your presentation, Ms. Moore and Mr. Griego. We appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, so we're going to move on to our next item, and this is item number 6B. And this is report on 2020 census data and potential impacts. And from the Growth Management Department, we have Mr. Earl Wright.
Good afternoon, Chairman Roybal, Commissioners. Pleasure to be with you. I'm Earl Wright, GIS Manager for Santa Fe County. And a quick little presentation that our 2020 census results have been released, the first version of these, which actually deals with the redistricting data, which is Public Law 94-171. This data was released in August, and a little bit of a bear to go through, but we've been doing that. But in a nutshell, the 2020 census data has shown that Santa Fe County currently has or as of April 1st, 2020, had a population of 154,823 individuals. This indicates a growth of about 10,653, about a 7.4% growth over the past 10 years since our 2010 census. The good news is none of our precincts exceeded 2,500 total persons per precinct, so therefore we don't have to split anything. If you'll remember a few months ago, we had a bunch of splits that were created by voter turnout in the last general election. But what this number of 154,823 persons means is that each of our commission districts in a perfect world would be composed of exactly 3,965 people. The courts have allowed a deviation of about 5% in those to ensure that that we maintain this this caveat of one person, one vote. So applied to Santa Fe County, this translates to an allowance of just over 1,500 people per district. And in other words, so each commissioner district should contain no more than 32,512 persons or no less than 3,964 persons. And again, that's that plus or minus 1,500, a little over 1,500. So looking at our current commission districts, we have essentially, let me see, get this straight. I don't want to misstate this for you. We have 3 districts that are actually over that threshold, one in particular, District 2, is at 6.7% over ideal population. And then those districts that are under that ideal population are also under that 5%, and that is District 3 and District 4. So basically, we have to redistrict, and unfortunately, this has to be done by the end of the calendar year this year. So normally, we would have done this months ago in a normal, but as everybody knows, this pandemic has not left us in a normal world of late. I do have some maps and some tables to hand out for you to actually show you precinct counts by district. So this is really just to let you know, and that we will be coming forward with proposals, and I'll turn it over to the county manager, to the board, just to get direction on how we want to proceed with this. And while we're doing that, I'll go ahead and pass these out for you.
So, Mr. Chair, we have done redistricting twice in the time that I've been at the county, once as county manager, and once when I was here as finance director. This is Earl's third time, I think, as well. Just a reminder, when the county's doing redistricting, we're only redistricting county commission districts. There's some confusion that it affects legislative districts. This doesn't have anything to do with legislative districts. That's up to the state. So this is just county commission districts. All the other elected officials at the county are also county-wide. So where these boundaries go don't affect the county-wide elected officials for the county. These would affect any changes we do this time would affect election boundaries for county commission districts 1 through 5 for the next 10 years. Also, they could potentially be done in a way, depending on if we have slow growth, whether or not you'd have to do them again in 10 years. We tried 10 years ago to make it so that we didn't have to do redistricting again, but slightly missed the mark, because I think, as Earl said, if it's over 5% variance, you do have to move some lines. So I've sat with Earl about potential options. There's a very simple way to fix the redistricting with just picking up losing one precinct in District 2 to District 3, and one from District 1 and one from District 5 to District 4. And that would take care of the issue of the percentages of population within the districts. However, you may choose to do something a little more extensive than that. And what we've done in the past, and how we've done it, is we've had some study sessions, but Earl, he gets some feedback from the board, things that you would like to see relative to your own districts, what it could potentially look like, where you could lose, where you could gain. And we have had, I think, one go around, we had something like 50 maps. It'd be nice if we don't have that many, because it's not nearly as complicated as some of the redistricting that we've had in the past. But if you provide Earl with some feedback of what you would be interested in seeing, how it could potentially look, what he does is goes and makes some adjustment to the district boundaries, picking up and moving districts. The precinct lines don't change. It's just your district boundary would either lose or pick up a precinct depending on what your numbers are, to try to get the populations all as close to possible to each other. The other thing that we did the last time we did redistricting, we tried to also pick up so that commissioners had a similar representation in incorporated areas as unincorporated areas, since much of the county services we provide are only to the unincorporated areas. That gave each commissioner an area to represent when we were looking at policies that affected only the unincorporated areas. And we also equally wanted to make sure that commissioners had constituents within the incorporated areas. So when we were making policy decisions that affected the incorporated areas, you also had similar representation in the incorporated areas. Obviously, Edgewood is at one end of the county and Espanola is at the other, and that portion of those municipalities which sit within Santa Fe are not currently divided by any commissioners, but the city of Santa Fe, each commissioner does have a percentage of their constituents within the city limits. So what our thought was with Earl is that we would put in front of you what changes need to be made, not saying which precincts to move, but population-wise, the districts that need to reduce population and those that need to be gaining population, so that you could see that. And then what we could do, if you want to give Earl some feedback as to what you would like to see within your districts, and he prepares some maps that would represent those discussions. And then we've had some, we've either done it during the regular commission meetings, or when we did really extensive ones, we had separate study sessions just to talk about redistricting. It's up to the board as to what you would like to see in the way of proposed redistricting and how it would affect your individual districts. So with that, I would just say we can do, if you want to give Earl some feedback of what you would be interested in seeing, knowing whether you need to be a gainer or a loser of population, and then we could develop some maps and schedule either at the next BCC meeting, sometime at the next BCC meeting, or we could schedule a study session to go through some different alternatives.
Commissioner Hanson?
Thank you, Manager Miller, and thank you, Earl. I had the pleasure of meeting with Earl, and I am very happy that I did. I mean, I see this as a relatively simple fix. I'm the one who has to give up the most people, which is a little hard for me to believe, considering that I have low voter turnout. But I think it probably because I have a large immigrant population and a tremendous amount of renters along Cerrillos Road that affects that. But most of the precincts that we have to give up or move around are in the city, and I don't know if anybody else has looked at this, but for me, there's clearly one precinct that could easily be moved to District 3 and would fulfill my requirements. I looked at District 5, and there's one clear precinct that looks like it can easily go to District 4, and as you said, there's one precinct from District 1 that could go to District 4, since they all have to be continuous, and I think that's between Commissioner Roybal and Commissioner Hamilton, what Commissioner Roybal, which precinct he wants to give up, or which precinct Commissioner Hamilton wants. But it seems relatively minor and an easy fix for all of us, and not a big impact on our constituency.
Thank you, Commissioner Hanson. Any other questions, Commissioner Hughes?
Well, I just want to agree. It seems like I can see the fix on here too. So I think maybe you should bring that map or a couple versions of it back to us, and we could just fix it rather quickly.
Okay, any other comments or questions from the board?
Mr. Chair.
Commissioner Garcia?
First of all, I'd just like to thank the board. I think you were the chair of the Census Board, Mr. Chair. Census during the COVID had challenging time going out there and getting numbers from individuals, especially in my district, because my district is the southern part of Santa Fe. And sometimes when the census individuals went to their places in order to count their family members, sometimes some of my constituents didn't want to answer the door for their personal reasons, and I understand that. And so the census did a good job knocking on those doors. I can remember one time when we did a CDBG grant, and actually it was for the Nancy Rodriguez Community Center, and myself and several staff members went knocking on some doors. And I understand, once again, the personal challenge that some of those individuals don't want to get counted. And I see their point, especially under the last administration. It was hard for them. I thought the census did a great job going out there and trying their hardest to get these numbers. It's really easy for us to sit up here and say, I can amend this, I can do this right away and get rid of people out of my district. But whenever you're absorbing more people into your county commission district, then that's a different playing field. Because, like I said, you can get rid of individual precincts all you want, but whenever somebody has to absorb more, it's something that local county commissioner, me, has to think about. And I understand that the fix is needed. And as Commissioner Hughes and Commissioner Hanson brought it forward, yes, this has to happen, and it is going to happen. But I just wanted to give everybody a different perspective as into absorbing more districts, more precincts it's a little challenging. We'll do what we need to do, but thank you for the presentation, Earl. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Commissioner Garcia. And I think probably, I don't know if there's any commissioners that have, I'd be curious, this map, the maps that you gave us doesn't show what the original cut was and then what the new one is? Or does it actually show that?
This is existing.
This is existing, correct?
Yes.
And so which precinct did you say would be the one that District 1 would transfer to District 4?
I don't think he said, but I'll give you some suggestions. I had an opportunity.
Yeah, I'll probably have to sit down and meet with you, Earl, and
But
I know that
it's
it needs to
precinct,
happen, but I just want to be clear on where we're at.
It looks like there's precinct 130 and there's precinct 30 that are both connected to Commissioner Hamilton's district. That would be kind of a clean cut.
130 and 30, you said?
Either one of those.
Oh, either one, okay. All right, thank you for your presentation, Earl, we appreciate it. And I guess I'll call if I have any other questions. Thank you, sir.
My pleasure, Mr. Chair and Commissioners.
Mr. Chair, also, Earl, when did they need to have it done by?
It needs to be done by the end of the calendar year, so ideally, it does require an ordinance, so public hearings, notice of title and general summary. So yeah, there is a bit of a time crunch. We only have one more meeting in September, a couple October. Not sure what the November, December schedule is with the holidays, but
So,
we
Mr.
need
Chair,
to
yeah, I was
move
just,
fairly quickly.
I wanted to make sure that we got that on the record and let you know that we don't have a lot of time to debate it. With regular meetings, we have 6 more regularly scheduled meetings. And like I said, there's a couple of options that are incredibly simple. It requires moving 3 precincts around, and that's the simplest one. But if you're interested in looking like what we did in 2001 was a major shift of all the districts. That's and that tends to bring out quite a bit more public input. And so we will have to publish title, general summary. We would have to have public hearings. When we've done those in the past, if we've made major shifts, we've done at least 2 public hearings plus study sessions, because it requires a lot of map making and a lot of juggling. If you choose not to do any major changes and you literally just shift a couple precincts, it's published title, general summary, 1 public hearing, and you could be done with it. So I just put that out there because I just need the board to understand that if we are going to do a lot of different scenarios. It does take Earl a lot of time to do that, and he has to make sure that it complies with what we're statutorily required to do. So we'd have to know that well in advance of putting those maps in front of you and publishing title and general summary, and we'd have to know all those options that you want to consider.
Okay. Thank you, Manager Miller. Any other questions, comments? No,
I will state again for the record, I see this as a really simple fix. I mean, I don't see us making major changes. I don't have any desire to change my district. I don't think any of us have strong desires to change our districts. And it looks as though with moving 1 to 3 precincts max, we're in line with federal rules. And that is what we're after, is to be in line with federal regulations.
Thank you, Commissioner Hanson. And, it's, one of those things where you want to look and, you represent certain constituents in Santa Fe County, but at the end of the day, we represent the entire constituency of Santa Fe County as a governing body. So I would agree. And so, I know sometimes it's one of those things where you want to stay the commissioner for these different precincts, but you have to understand that we have to make decisions like this to make sure that we are giving them the best service possible. So I agree. Thank you. Thanks again, Mr. Wright.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, Commissioners.
Okay, so I think that was the last of our presentation. And, going back to the census, I mean, the Santa Fe County, just to give kudos once again to the board that worked on the census. Great job. We met our goals, and Patricia Boyes did a great job. And just a shout out to Santa Fe County. So great job, you guys. Thank you. Okay, so we're going to go on to item number 7, matters from the county manager. We have the COVID-19 updates, American Rescue Plan Act funding recommendations, and miscellaneous updates. And we're going to go to our county manager, Ms. Catherine Miller.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I don't have a lot of updates right now. Just to start with miscellaneous COVID updates, we have some issues to discuss with you in executive session relative to mandatory vaccination or vaccination policy, and talking to the 6 bargaining units that the county has. So that I'm not going to provide an update on that specific issue in the open meeting. Then secondly, our COVID-19 numbers, the averages from the week of 8/24 to 9/6, our cases per 100,000 has increased substantially to 19.5. If you recall, we were down under 8 per 100,000 earlier this summer, and now we're up at about 20 per 100,000. Also, our positivity rate was down around 1%. We're at 3.22%. However, we do have, per statistics from the Department of Health, at least 89.7% of our residents with at least 1 shot. Excuse me.
What was that number?
I'm finding it hard to believe. That's probably why I'm choking. 89.7% with at least 1 shot, and 79.2% with their full vaccination series completed. Although I would not say that that's the same percentage. That doesn't translate to our workforce or the city or the state workforce. Also, we are working on an education and training campaign for county staff. The Community Services Department has finalized a educational training model on the COVID-19 vaccination, and they've tested it on some focus groups. They've got positive feedback on that from the group, and they're working on changing the the training based upon suggestions that were provided from the focus group. Also, I'm not sure if you had heard that the New Mexico counties, gathering of counties at the New Mexico State Fair, as well as the New Mexico Tree Day, have been canceled. And so that was to be held on September 16th, this Thursday at 10 a.m. Our treasurer's office had coordinated the Santa Fe County booth for the event, but New Mexico counties has canceled that, so we will not be going. Additionally, next week was the New Mexico counties conference in Lee County and Hobbs, and that also has been canceled. Although I do know some of the affiliates are going to continue with some affiliate meetings. The county managers will not be, but the legislative committee is going to meet on recommending legislative initiatives for New Mexico counties at the end of the month. Also, the 2022 county managers Commit to Be Fit Challenge has concluded, and we'll be announcing winners of that in October. And we're finishing up the Million Steps Challenge as well, and we'll give dates when the winners of both of those events will be able to, when we'll be able to announce those. We'll probably do some kind of virtual announcement of the winners for those events, since we've stopped doing our in-person group meetings. Then that is all I have relative to the my updates, miscellaneous updates. Do you have any questions on those?
Seeing no questions, maybe you could go on to B, the American Rescue Plan?
Yes, if I could ask Daniel or Tessa, whoever's managing the screens, under matters from the county manager, the American Rescue Plan Act funding recommendations. There it is. So during the budget session, next slide, please. During the budget session for fiscal year 2022, the federal government actually signed into law the American Rescue Plan Act, or ARPA, on March 11th, 2021. We learned that our allocation under that plan, we subsequently learned the allocation would be $29.2 million, or $29,205,279, and that we would receive that directly as opposed to the CARES Act funding that went to the state and we had to apply. We did receive our first payment of $14.6 million, or 50% of the allocation, on June 1st, 2021, and we included recommendations in the 2022 final budget for the total $29 million, but specifically stating that we would work with half of it in 2022 and half of it in 2023. What we have essentially is 2 years, or through December 31st, 2024, to claim revenue replacement based upon a formula that's in the act that says your revenues should have gone from a baseline in 2019 and grown at like 4.1% per year. And then there's target dates that we can compare our actual revenues with what that formula would state that we should have. And if any of that $29 million that could be utilized to replace those revenues that didn't materialize between the baseline of 2019 and whatever those dates were, that could be used for revenue replacement, which we have done to date, and about $20 million of the $29 million did qualify for revenue replacement. That said, that's not what the board allocated it for. So I just want to be clear, we're still working as we report to the federal government, because we are required to do quarterly reporting. We're reporting in a way that allows us to clear up most of it through revenue replacement, which gives us a little more flexibility with the funding. Also, the act said that you had a little longer to spend on infrastructure, and infrastructure was through December 31st of 2026. Next slide, please. So in the final budget direction that we were given on June 29th, the board allocated the funding to buckets. And we said $12 million, with $6 million in 2022 to be used for revenue replacement and $6 million in 2023 to be used for revenue replacement, and that would essentially cover new FTEs in public safety, public works, community development department, and cost of living allowances, as well as compensation packages, to include raising up our minimum wage at the county to $15 by July 1st of 2022. Also, we put $1.2 million in public awareness and public health-related expenses. That funding is used to help do our education campaign to our employees about getting vaccinated. That's the only funding we've used so far. That's just been a few thousand in order to get that going. As far as other public health related expenses, we've still been able to request reimbursement from FEMA through the end of September 30th. So we're still hitting FEMA funds for that until we can't do that any longer, and then we'll turn to this bucket for those type of expenses. Also, the board allocated $1.5 million to economic development, but we did not break down at that time what specifically we would, what programs we would put that towards. Also, $8 million for infrastructure, same thing, we didn't allocate it to specific projects. $2 million to affordable housing and shelter assistance, $3 million to our Connect programs, and $1.5 million to behavioral health and mobile crisis, for a total of $29.2 million. So that's what we considered at that time, and what the board approved is we put it in those buckets. So we did that. We now have gone through the submitting our final budget to DFA, and we have heard back from DFA that we will that our final budget is approved. And so that now puts us into the ability to do some budget adjustments and to start allocating money around to specific programs that the board deems appropriate. Next slide, please. So what we did is worked with Joseph Montoya and his staff in economic development, in housing, in affordable housing, in public housing, with Rachel in community services with her programs, in Connect and behavioral health. And we went through each one of the buckets. And now what's before you today, and I'm not asking for approval today, but this was just to put in front of the BCC the suggested and recommended specific allocations within those buckets. So in economic development, we're looking for $250,000 for job training programs, and this would be working with the community college, looking at the Pro-Tech contract we currently have, looking at training for helping get in a workforce to install broadband, working with the community college to create some training programs along that line and expand what they do. We also put in, are recommending $300,000 for tourism recovery programs, and this is things like helping promote tourist-related events. We currently do that through our Lodgers Tax Assistance Fund. These would allow for a little broader expenditure on the Lodgers Tax Fund. We can really only help with advertising events. This would help them maybe pay for COVID-related expenses if they have to provide masks, hand sanitizers, things like that. We can broaden what we can assist those tourist-related events with. Also, we were looking at $250,000 for technical assistance to support businesses in recovery. It seems that most businesses have opened, but one of the things that we learned during this whole pandemic is a lot of businesses need assistance with understanding how to apply for funding, understanding what kind of financial statements to provide when you're applying for federal funding and assistance. There's a lot of assistance out there from the state and the federal government through SBA and New Mexico Finance Authority for business grants, as well as business loans at 0% or 1% interest. And but they have a lot of difficulty in actually applying. And so that was one of the things to look for, providing technical assistance to businesses, working with the business incubator to do that as well. And then the last $100,000 for doing business licensing software for online permitting. And then the $600,000, we would look at adjusting that in next year's budget to target some similar programs. I'm hoping Joseph is on the line in case you have any questions about that. So I don't know if you have any questions on that one. I could go through all of them if you'd like and then come back to them. It's up to you, Mr. Chair.
I think if you go through all
There's
of them
only
and
like
come
5
back to them, yeah,
Okay.
that'll work.
Next slide, please, Daniel. So on infrastructure, the infrastructure is pretty limited. It essentially says that you can spend it on water, wastewater, and broadband. But then as you dig into the act, it is very complicated on specifically what type of water, wastewater, and broadband initiatives. I've understood that most local governments that we're thinking right off the bat they would go use it for broadband. It's very specific about the speed you have to have, et cetera. So they've looked more towards water and wastewater for infrastructure. And the other thing with water and wastewater, it needs to be not to expand your water system to support new development, but rather programs or projects that actually support existing development. And that might be, yes, running a water line to a community that's currently on wells and their wells aren't adequate, or it might be doing reuse, but you're providing water into your current supply system by treating reuse. So this list of projects appear. What I asked Anjali and John Dupuy to do is go through all of the projects that we have already on our ICIP that we could move forward sooner rather than later, and that would qualify under the Clean Drinking Water Fund, because that's kind of where the act says it needs to be targeted to that type of project, or the revolving it's wastewater fund. Those are programs that are currently at the state, but they're federally funded, and they have very specific requirements. These would be done as grants, not loans like those are, but you need projects that essentially adhere to those type of requirements. And I know that Brian and Gary were here as well to provide some information on that. But most of these projects, I believe that you have heard us talk about. We do need to finish out the Canyoncito water system in the actual community, looking at rain for rent through completion meters, past rain for rent. We have funding, and what's not on here, and I want to, we have funding in the federal and the Senate side. There is funding that we're trying to get, so we don't have the rest of the El Dorado Canyoncito water line of that 91,000. That if I showed you a couple other columns, what we do have through Senator Heinrich is a request in, which we're hoping will have an earmark to help us with the remaining funding on that project to get that one done, plus this 91,000, plus the 515,000, and all the GO bond money that we've put towards that project to take it in the 3 different segments, which is to the Rancho Viejo tank, from Rancho Viejo to El Dorado, then from El Dorado to Cañoncito, plus what we've done with the community of Cañoncito to upgrade their distribution system. This is just like the final piece of that. Also, connecting the existing TL2N line. That's a line that we ran down Old Santa Fe Trail from the end of the city's water system. The problem has been water pressure, that if we charge that line and hook houses up during an emergency, fire emergency, there would be no water pressure in the system. So we would need to modify that system, and this proposal would be to modify that connection so that if there were a fire and city needed to use fire hydrants, or we needed fire hydrants, that you could actually shut off during that time of use of the fire hydrants to pressurize the fire hydrants and shut off the water system to the homeowners just for that brief time. And we do believe we'd be able to connect that line up and that the city would be amenable to that. Also, Highway 14 bulk water station expansion. We have the bulk water system by the county jail and public safety complex, but the line can get pretty long, and with a lot of people's wells being pressured during a drought, and if the city's wastewater reuse tap goes out, the line down Highway 14 is extensive, so we thought that this would be a good use to expand that existing station. We also still have an ICIP expansion down at the end of the line on 14, which is past the Turquoise Trail Elementary School, or charter school. Then you can also see the return flow pipeline. If that project and that agreement goes through with the city of Santa Fe, this would be an ideal place to fund that, $2.2 million or 7%, whichever. I believe of the two is greater. Then the Hondo bulk water station. If we run the line, when we run the line to Cañoncito, we go right past our fire station on 285 and Old Las Vegas Highway. We would propose to take a T off of that line and create a bulk water station in that area. Then there's the Rancho Viejo tank improvements. This is on our ICIP, something that is on our list in the next couple of years to make sure we take care of improving the Rancho Viejo tank. Then the Agua Fria wastewater improvements. One caveat I would make here, and I did talk to Commissioner Hanson about this, if this also is in line for earmark from Senator Ben Ray Lujan and Senator Heinrich, if we were to receive both of those earmarks, that's over $2 million plus with the funding that we currently have. We might have trouble keeping up with the funding, so it would be one we'd want to make sure we watch that we don't overfund to our ability to spend. But we would recommend at this point that we do fund another $1.1 million there. The Romero Park water line reroute. This is to actually reduce our long-term wheeling fees. Anytime we, even though we get our water from BDD, it does run through a city line up to a city tank and back down. This is a way to have it directly not go through the city system and therefore incur a charge for wheeling fees. And this is on our ICIP. Then I already mentioned the next one. That was just the remaining money of the $8 million. And then the Chupadero water system improvements, well treatment connection to existing system. The next phase that we do have some funding from our state legislature. We have some of our own funding. And then we do have this scheduled to be in the 2024 bond for a much bigger project to actually drill the wells and move the distribution system or the transmission system. Right now we're working on their tanks and their community distribution system. And Pewaukee Fire Station, number 1, septic connection, $100,800, and El Dorado Station 2 water line. That's the one we don't have adequate water to. That's $224,000. And then the Abajo lift station redirect, that's taking what we currently have that comes from the community to college district and is taken to the sewage that's taken to the Abajo lift station and sent to the City of Santa Fe sewer treatment plant. But this would actually redirect it, allow us to also co-locate a reuse line for effluent. And what we've looked at is this would be the first $1.8 million for design and some preliminary construction, and then in 2022 to request an additional $2.35 million in bond funding. So those projects, I believe in total, are about $8 million, and what we would recommend and for the $8 million, earmarking for the $8 million, the $8 million that was put in the bucket for infrastructure. Next slide, please. Then we put $2 million in the affordable housing and shelter assistance bucket. We don't have specific dollar amounts right now, but what we are looking at, this is very specific what we can spend it on. It does need to be with shelter assistance or specifically affordable housing to the lowest income. With the intent through the ARPA funds that you're helping get people off the streets and into living where they're not in a place where they could actually spread COVID. So one of the things that the city had been looking at is acquisition, along with the coalition, looking at acquisition of Lamplighter Motel for homeless shelter and transitional housing. We haven't really seen the financials on that. I believe they're just looking at them now as to whether, how much we would recommend out of the $2 million for that. Also, there's a couple of 9% tax credit projects that could be done within Santa Fe County, possibly within the city limits, but may need some additional gap funding to make those work. And then the third potential or fourth potential expenditure of these would be to capitalize our low-income housing rehabilitation program. Joseph Matoya has talked to the board and to the Housing Authority Board about getting a rehab program, not just our Happy Roofs program, but a more extensive affordable housing rehabilitation program together, and we would look at whether some of those funds could be used to help capitalize that. Next slide, please. Then with Connect, these are all of our Connect providers that we currently have, and this would be recommended funding from Rachel and increasing funding. I'll skip over Up Together right now, but all of the other ones, Food Depot, Interfaith Shelter, St. Elizabeth's Shelter, Las Cumbres, Growing Up New Mexico, Communities in Schools, and YouthWorks. These are all partners that we have in Connect that help us with navigation services and helped us with all of the expenditure of the CARES Act money in the fall. And these would be the recommended amounts to go towards their contracts to assist with all the programs that we've been doing through Connect during the pandemic, and with or without the pandemic, we'll hopefully continue to do. Then Up Together, this is the program that Marcela Diaz from Somos Pueblos Unidos had referred to about cash assistance to those who were ineligible to receive either the $1,200 that was provided from the first relief, coronavirus relief funds, and the second relief funds that were provided in last December. So I think the first batch of funds was $1,200 to individuals, and then the second was $600, and that was last April timeframe, and then $600 back in December. We would work with the city. They did this program, but they did not provide any funding to those individuals who were outside the city limits. So we've talked to them about providing $1 million of our ARPA funds to them to, as they get applicants that if they were outside of the city limits, but still within Santa Fe County boundaries, that they would review them and utilize this funding to assist those who qualify. Next slide. And then this is the final bucket that the board had put funding to, and that is for behavioral health initiatives and crisis triage and our mobile crisis van. And we would be looking at the $400,000 year one, $400,000 year two to assist with our mobile crisis van and getting our Edgewood Crisis Center up and running. We do already have some funds, and Bernalillo County has some funds set aside for that, and we have been meeting with them and in Edgewood to look at the best facility to and the best location for it, as well as looking to set some operating funds aside to get that started hopefully this fiscal year. And then also youth services. Many youth have had significant behavioral health challenges with the pandemic and the inability to go to school and to interact with their classmates in a normal way. And we believe we can provide assistance through contract services and working directly with the schools. So those are the recommended buckets, or I should say recommended allocations within the buckets. And I would stand for questions, and if there's any of the directors that also help put this together, I would hope they would speak up.
Thank you, Manager Miller. Are there any questions? Commissioner Hanson?
Thank you. Thank you, Manager Miller, for a good overview of what is our intention or plan or allocation. I have a couple questions. I know this hasn't been brought up anywhere, but I'm wondering if the BDD would qualify for any money.
Mr. Chair, Commissioner Hanson, I think it would depend on specifically what that might be, but I think it's possible if there's something specific. We could definitely look into it if you, even offline, just want to let me know what it might be. I can look into it and see if it would qualify under the provisions in the act, because they're very specific. I was at a conference where one of the members of GFOA presented all about the ARPA funds, and they said when it got to infrastructure, everybody's like, well, that's a lot harder than the other buckets. They're very specific of how we can utilize those. So I'd have to know the project, and then probably Anjali and John could research whether it's a type of project that would qualify for the Clean Water Revolving Fund type of funding.
I just kind of wondered, I haven't even brought that up, and the Buckman has not brought that up either, but I just wanted to ask if that was even something that we could think about with some repairs and replacement, something in that regard. I think the Fiesta Council was grateful that we gave them some funding. They mentioned that when I saw people on the plaza, so that was good that we were able to do that. I think as far as the Agua Fria wastewater goes, I think that if we get that money, we should be able to spend it, because we know the 37 roads that need sewers in them, and I have found it very successful to go and meet with the families directly. I loved being on the plaza on Friday. Commissioner Roybal and myself were there, it was kind of like old school Santa Fe. I got a lot of business done right on the plaza. They're one of the people who I've been trying to connect with about an easement for their sewers. I introduced myself, and there they were, and they said, "Oh yeah, I want to talk to you about that." And we've been trying to get a hold of them for weeks and weeks. So it was, I found it very successful, a way for me to be reaching out to the people in Agua Fria to get that done. I think all the buckets that you have done for, you know, like the Romero Park water line also will allow us possibly to do in the future more development at the Romero Park and the Nancy Rodriguez Center in that area. So thank you very much for the overview. I am a little concerned, and I will talk to Commissioner Hughes about the Lamplighter Motel, because it's right in my district and in my neighborhood, and I know that the residents there already feel impacted by the LifeLink. So I think that it would be helpful to talk about that with the residents before that happens. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Commissioner Hanson. I'm going to go to Commissioner Garcia, and I believe that Commissioner Hamilton, did you have your hand? No. Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just a quick question. Is this list final, or this is just recommended?
Mr. Chair, Commissioner Garcia, this is just recommended.
Thank you. And then also in regards to the budgets, did you guys collaborate with staff and they are in for the actual budgets of them? How did we come up with the budgets? Yes.
So Mr. Chair, Commissioner Garcia, the estimated costs on these projects was based on utilities, staff working together on what we've been experiencing. What we've been experiencing. I will point out that that's not necessarily the total budget on those projects. There's several of those projects on there have other funds. Some of them don't. Just depends on whether they were something that's a small one-off thing. So, for instance, the reuse for the Highway 14, the facility's already there, so that's just to add another station so that they can fill two trucks at a time as opposed to one. So that infrastructure is already there. That particular project, that's the estimate of what it would cost to add a second station there. But the TL2N, that infrastructure is also there. It's ready to be hooked up, but we'd need to modify. TL2N's the one on Old Santa Fe Trail. We need to modify what's there in order to make it so that we're not affecting the city's water pressure if we activate that line. Canyoncito, El Dorado Canyoncito line has millions of dollars in it. That amount that, while there's a request into the senators, which we're hoping that earmark funding will come through. If we do, then we estimate that would be enough to get that done, but the actual community of Canyoncito needs some additional improvements that we currently don't have funding for. So that was the very top one on the list. So each one of them is different, and some of them have planned future expenditures. Like this might just be one phase of it. So for instance, the Agua Fria sewers, that project in total will probably cost somewhere between $10 and $15 million to complete all of the streets that need sewer lines. We've been kind of doing it, estimating it street by street. How far, can we do one more street? Can we do another street? So it just depends on the project, but most of the estimates that the staff put together are based on what we've been currently getting in bids for similar type projects.
Thank you.
Mr. Chair, I did want to point out one other thing on this. So many of these projects, too, are already on the ICIP, and we were looking at funding them with general obligation bond or capital outlay. if we remove these from the list, if we use this funding to do those, then obviously that means there's more capacity for when we, and another reminder that next year we would go for at least $20 million bond question based upon what we did in 2020. So we had the capacity without raising our property tax GO bond mill levy rate beyond the 2.12 that we currently have. We had the capacity to do $40 million. But the county commission decided that that was not an opportune time to put $40 million worth of questions to the voters, considering we were going through an economic downturn and a pandemic. So we only did $20 million, which I'd like to thank the voters of Santa Fe County because they did approve with a very good percentage all 3 bond questions, and they approved $20 million worth of projects. Our intent was that we would also go back out in 2022 for another $20 million. So we will have in front of you before this time next year another list of capital projects. One of the things that we're going to struggle with is getting all this capital out the door. We only have so many staff to manage projects, and we do have to kind of balance that. This funding, as I said, if we do it for the right type of projects, we have till 2026. But the intent was with this list also, though, these are things that we could get moving pretty quickly so that we didn't get a big backlog of water and wastewater projects.
Okay, was that it, Commissioner Garcia? Okay, Commissioner Hughes?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just wondered on the tax credit affordable housing projects, are those the 2 that Joseph has been talking about, the one on Camino Jacobo and the one on Galisteo Street?
Mr. Chair, Commissioner Hughes, I do not believe that they're the ones of our own. They're actual other developer-driven projects.
Okay, and then I just wanted to mention that the Lamplighter Motel should probably be more properly characterized as affordable housing because the plan is really to fix up the hotel very nicely to be 60 rental units, of which 20 would be more or less designated for voucher use, either our vouchers or the LifeLinks vouchers. So it wouldn't really be, it might end up being a shelter for a very short period this winter for COVID, but then after that, the plan is for it to make it permanent housing. Yeah, not as scary when you put it that way.
Mr. Chair, thank you, Commissioner Hughes. And like I said, I also wanted to just put that out there. We haven't got any specific recommendations on dollar amounts for any of those yet. Joseph said as he receives more information, he'd like to bring that to the board and request specific allocations.
I guess the only other thing I would say about the affordable housing projects is that $2 million probably isn't enough to make a dent in all of that, so we might pick and choose which ones we do.
Mr. Chair, Commissioner Hughes, I would venture to say just the top one could use all $2 million from numbers I've heard. So I think the board's going to have to decide, what you want to do with those funds.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Those are my questions.
Thank you, Commissioner Hughes. Do we have any other questions or comments from the board? Okay, seeing none, I just want to thank you, Manager Miller, for the update and all the information you provided. So we're going to go on to...
Mr. Chair, real quick.
Yes,
so at the next BCC meeting, I'd like to bring that list back and work towards approval of some of those. We don't have to approve everything all at once, but for instance, I would say I'd like to come back, ask the board for approval for sure on like some of the economic development initiatives that we could get, because we'll have to do procurements for all those. Also for Connect, we'll have to modify all of our contracts. I don't see us coming back at the end of the month for anything specific on housing. And I don't have to know at the end of the month specifically on the water wastewater projects, but we probably want to start honing that down into specific projects so that we can get moving on them. So what what I'll probably do, and can also talk to you all individually, is, but I'll probably come back at least at the end of the month with behavioral health and Connect. I think they're pretty straightforward. It's the stuff that we've been doing since the pandemic hit and even pre-pandemic, but what we've done to increase those services during the pandemic. And then work on the infrastructure, maybe for the first meeting in October, that we could hopefully get that list nailed down. And then, and economic development too for this year at the end of September, and then infrastructure at the October meeting would be ideal so that we can start moving. I like to try to get all those, all the procurements take a while, and so I just want to make sure that we don't miss our window of opportunity to get those moving.
Okay, thank you, Manager Miller. Next, we're going to move on to item number 8A. And this is Commissioner issues and comments, including but not limited to constituent concerns, recognitions, and requests for updates or future presentations. I'm going to go to Commissioner Hanson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I did see this letter earlier on from Sue Bauman about the abandoned house issue, and as all of you know, I think that is something that I have been concerned about. So I was surprised to hear it from District 1 that you have a serious abandoned house issue. I read her email this morning. I do think we need a policy. I've thought that for a long time. And I actually have an abandoned house right in my own neighborhood that is very concerning to me. And I live in the center of the city, and to see a house be abandoned and windows broken is really concerning. Let's see, I have some, I sat in on a webinar on PFAS, and it was really illuminating and concerning how much PFAS is in the environment and how damaging it is throughout the United States. And I think that it's something that we should start paying attention to. I know that there is some PFAS contamination, of course, up in Los Alamos that could be running down into the Rio Grande, but there's also PFAS over by the airport, the Santa Fe airport, and by Calle Debra. And I think that advocating for standards and drinking water standards is really important when it comes to PFAS. It's a very dangerous chemical, and it was in firefighting foam, and it's been in it's Teflon. So if any of you eat off of Teflon, I suggest you stop it because it's very dangerous. As I mentioned a little earlier, Commissioner Roybal and I had the fun pleasure of being on the plaza for the opening of Fiesta, and it was actually really fun. The Speaker of the House was there, and it happened to be his birthday, so they sang Las Mananitas to him, which was really sweet. I don't think he'd ever had that happen before. And then I have been sending the county attorney comments from both the BDD and from the city of Santa Fe on the WOTUS rules, and we have until October 3rd to make comments from the county. And I believe that the county attorney is working on that, and that we will have comments to the EPA about the WOTUS rule, which I also consider really important, something that I have worked on for quite some time. I know there's a page in here in my notebook of things that I wanted to mention, but I can't seem to find it at the moment, so I think I've mentioned enough things for the moment, and I will move on. So thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Commissioner Hanson. Commissioner Hamilton? Hamilton, did you have anything? Yeah.
I was just expecting something different.
Oh, I'm sorry.
I know. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just wanted to take the quick opportunity to thank our county fire department and all the volunteer districts, many of whom participated in the various recognitions of 9/11, including stair walking and various gatherings with equipment. It's obviously something that's really important to everybody who does firefighting. And is part of that brotherhood, and there were a lot of individuals in the fire department on both sides that put out a lot of personal effort to make that memorable. So I just wanted to thank them.
Commissioner Hamilton, Commissioner Hughes?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just, a couple things. I wanted to mention that there is a more or less abandoned house in District 5, which was causing quite a bit of trouble these last few weeks because of the people who had chosen to squat there, basically, and causing problems in the neighborhood, including one individual running around with an assault rifle and scaring people. So, yeah, I think that is the sheriff has obviously dealt with that individual, but I do think there are, maybe we need to look at how we deal with that issue. And then also just to let the other commissioners know that Commissioner Hanson and I are working on a resolution to ban have the staff look at banning single-use plastic bags and things like that, which will probably come up at the next meeting. Yeah. So keep an eye out for that. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Commissioner Hughes. Commissioner Garcia?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. As mentioned, the fire and rescue, to all our volunteers that actually volunteer their precious time to the county, thank you. Fire and rescue, about a week and a half ago, there was a horrendous accident right under I-25, 599 on the off-ramp off of I-25. Our fire crews, our sheriff's department stayed there till about 3 o'clock in the morning. And the accident happened about, I want to say 4 o'clock. Major fatality on that intersection. It was horrible just to pass by there and see that, but they did an excellent job. Thank goodness they were right there down the road. We hear about this. I'd like to thank the employees and all of our staff when working with the COVID situation that's happening nationwide. Like I mentioned, I was back east this last week, and just to see the difference as into the Southwest, the East, different things happening throughout this country. And COVID is a major moving target. And I know Manager Miller's working her hardest and working with the staff. And whenever we have plus 800 employees, it's challenging to satisfy every single employee out there. It's challenging to see what comes up on the media day by day, case by case, city by city, area by area, school by school. It's something that us as policymakers and our manager are working and trying to figure out what the best thing is for the community as a whole, because like I said, it's a major moving target throughout this country. In regards to the abandoned homes, I have 3 abandoned homes in my area. I've been there for a while. I'd like to thank staff, our Public Works Department, for working on Camino San Jose. Gary, thank you for that. I know you've been a pain in the you-know-what for a while, but thank you for starting that project, as well as the bar ditch that was cleaned up. And Paseo City Baca, the staff did an excellent job, and will do an excellent job, I know, on Camino San Jose. I get texts at 9 o'clock at night when people show up home, and what are you doing at the road? What's going on at the road? Well, you know what we're doing. It just took a little bit to get started, but thank you. Please thank your staff. Those guys do an excellent job. I know one of our foremen, Stacy Garcia, is going to be leaving soon, and those will be some tough shoes to fill because he knows the county roads throughout this county inside and out. Anna, as well as Estrella, as well as Camille Bustamante, thank you. I got a call on was it Friday, Saturday, in regards to the key to the community center. Nonetheless, it was worked out. Thank you for that. I see that some of you are listening up there. And I think those are the only things I have to say or bring up, Mr. Chair, but thank you for the opportunity.
Okay, thank you, Commissioner Garcia. And I'm sure, our constituents appreciate us sharing all the different information. I'm going to go back to Commissioner Hanson.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. I just wanted to remind everyone that my coffee and tea under the trees will be September 25th. This next coffee and tea under the trees, we will be under the great-grandmother tree at Reunity Resource, and we will have as a special guest Joseph Montoya, and we will be talking about housing, affordable housing, subsistence housing, sustainable housing, and what the county is doing about it. And we will also be talking about the affordable housing plan. So I want to invite everyone out there in District 2 to please join us at Reunity Resources from 10 to noon on September 25th. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Commissioner Hanson. Commissioner Garcia?
Just on that note, the Speaker of the House, as well as myself, will be having a town hall type meeting on Saturday, and that's roughly from 10 to 11:30. It is on his webpage, but we will be out meeting with the community. So just on that note, thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Garcia. I'm not sure, I might have missed it, but did you say a time, sir? Did you? I'm not sure if you said a time.
Yes, from 10 to 11:30.
Oh, okay.
We're still, I believe he's still deciding where the location's going to be at, but it'll definitely be on his webpage.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Appreciate it. Okay, update from myself. We are going to have our next community meeting is going to be October 19th, 6 p.m. at El Rancho Community Center. Discussions right now in the meetings have been broadband and infrastructure. There's some ideas as far as internet service providers for our communities, and in some cases in our communities, that's really all that's lacking. So we're trying to think outside the box. So I just want to invite community members to join us at this meeting that we're going to have, as I indicated, on October 19th. The other thing is also addressing the abandoned homes in the area. I did get an email and a phone call in regards to this, and I know that's a discussion that the county has had before in the past. I just want to, if we could revisit and kind of look at, what other communities are doing, other counties, other cities, and see if there's a feasible way that we can put something together to address this situation. And I mean, Santa Fe County isn't the only area that has this situation. I know that there's other cities and counties throughout New Mexico and throughout the United States, to be quite frank. So I know that there's probably been some ideas that have been brought forward to offset the cost. And so I think it's something that Santa Fe County can look at. So I just wanted to also put that on the record. And then the other thing is the fiestas. As Commissioner Hanson mentioned, I just want to, give kudos to Aaron Garcia, who's the president of the Fiesta Council. It was a really successful opening ceremonies, and I was honored to be a part of the ceremonies that day. And, you know, they did indicate that the representation of city elected officials and county elected officials that were present was more than they've seen in as many years as they could think of. So I just want to thank all our counterparts from the city and the county that were there to support this, the Speaker of the House. We had the PRC Commissioner, Mr. Joseph Maestas, just everybody that was there to support the opening ceremonies and just, you know, be a part of the heritage that we've had here in Santa Fe County and for many generations. So thank you all, and once again, thank you to the President, Mr. Aaron Garcia, for his hard work in putting that together. And really, that's all that I have right now as far as updates, just the next meeting for my community. And I think that's it, unless any of the other commissioners have any other updates that they want to share. Commissioner Hanson, did you have something else?
Yeah, I wanted to just give a shout out to Sheriff Mendoza for also showing up on the plaza at Fiesta. Jennifer Montanara was there, our county treasurer. So the county had a good representation besides myself and Commissioner Roybal and Sheriff Mendoza and Treasurer Manzanares. Was there anybody else there from the county?
I believe that was it, and you know, just a huge presence from our sheriff's department, and in general, you know, we had a lot of sheriff's deputies that were there as well. So
yeah, it was great. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Hanson. Okay, so we're going to go on to our next item, and this is item number 8B, and this is other elected officials' issues, comments, including but not limited to constituent concerns and recognitions and requests for updates for future presentations. And I'm going to go to our county treasurer, I believe is online. Ms. Manzanares, or Treasurer Manzanares.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair, members of the commission, and Madam Manager Miller. We are, I'm so thankful to be speaking this afternoon in gratitude for the Crisis Center recently that I was fortunate to attend, and to Rachel and Alex and the team that have been working out there. Last week we were at a GIOA conference in Las Vegas, and I just happened to get off the wrong stop, and I ran into the memorial garden that was done for the 58 that were part of the shooting some years ago, and it reminds me through the years. And so in having a conversation with Commissioner Roybal and some community members, I just wanted to propose an idea, and that would be to be thinking about maybe a Jardín of Healing for our own community. We could possibly do this in conjunction with Rioriba County, the city. I was thinking our neighbors and in the Sikh community. So I was thinking of a inclusive type of a project, and it really touched my heart to see that each individual had a spot to not only grieve but to heal. And so I wanted to share that today. Different from my duties as treasurer, but it really stood out to me for the community. And I know we have a lot of grief when it comes to gun and domestic violence, as well as substance use disorder deaths. So, Commissioner, thank you for the opportunity to speak. And if that idea grows, I would love to be a part of that.
Okay, thank you, Treasurer Manzanares. I think that would be a great idea for a memorial garden in the area. So I look forward to future communication. And believe me, you know, as an elected official, you're not only obligated to you know, work as the treasurer, but also to bring forward these types of ideas. It would be a great area that, like you said, people can take the time to reflect and heal and move forward. So I think this is a great idea, and so I look forward to hearing more about it. So thank you, Treasurer Manzanares. Okay, I'm going to go to our county clerk, Miss Catherine Clark. Are you on, Catherine?
Chair Royball, if she's
Yes,
not, if
Deputy?
she can't actually speak, she gave me a couple items to mention.
Oh, okay. Thank you. I'm sorry. I
No
thought
worries.
she was, so she's on electronically, but she can't speak. Okay, so I appreciate that, Deputy. Thank you.
Her voice is a little rough right now. She did want me to mention that the regular local election is coming up soon. Early voting starts October 5th and expands October 16th. And Election Day itself is, of course, November 2nd. The clerk's office is recruiting poll workers and messengers who would be interested in working during that time. And if anyone is interested, they can email us at elections@santafecounty.nm.gov. And in the meantime, county employees can vote right now on voting stickers. So we asked Amanda Lucero to send out an email yesterday to all county staff. The clerk's office ran a contest with schools and youth organizations, and students aged 14 to 18 could submit a design for those voting stickers that everybody sees when you go vote. And so designs were allowed to use up to 4 colors, I believe. They could be in English, Spanish, or indigenous languages. And we received 6 designs. The email that was sent out yesterday provided a little link where county employees can vote in a ranked choice style voting system. They have to vote by this Friday. There are 6 designs they can choose from, and they can rank them in order of preference, and there's some fun choices. So we would love it if all the county employees could click on the link and vote on their favorite designs. So that's it. Thank you, Chair Roybal.
Awesome. So glad to hear that, and thank you for that update and sharing with the constituents. That was our Deputy County Clerk, Ms. Yvonne Gantz. Thanks again. Okay, Daniel, do we have any other elected officials that are online right now?
Mr. Chair, I do not see any other elected officials on WebEx.
Okay, if there's any other county elected officials that would like to address their constituency, please unmute yourself and go ahead and proceed.
Mr. Chair.
Okay, hearing none, I'm going to go to Commissioner Garcia.
Just really quick, Mr. Chair, thank you, appreciate that. In regards to the county clerk, I just thought of this idea. We always have the stickers that we're going to be voting for that say I voted today. Maybe we might have some sort of a campaign out there that says I will vote early or I am going to vote, like 2 or 3 weeks or a month before all that, and that way people can just get the word out there that, oh, early voting is coming up. Just food for thought. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Chair Roybal and Commissioner Garcia. I know Clerk Clark is interested in having a contest each year for different sticker designs. So we're hoping to make it a little new tradition.
This would actually be like way before voting starts.
Yeah.
So you could give out stickers that say, I will vote. I am going to vote. Thank you,
It's a
though.
good possibility. Thank you.
Do you think we might have an opportunity to share those on the county website, just all the contestants that have entered, and even possibly just recognize them at one of the BCC meetings, the one that we actually picked for the design that year? That'd be great.
Chair Roybal, we're certainly hoping to be able to share on social media and other avenues who the winner is going to be. So I'll let County Clerk know about it. Thank you.
Awesome. Thank you. Okay, so we're going to deviate from the agenda just slightly. What I'm going to do is I'm going to move, instead of going into executive session, I'm going to go ahead and go into our next items that are going to be 10, which is a public hearing, and then also, into both of the public hearings. So we're going to go on to those items next. But I do want to give a 10-minute recess to the commission. We've been in the meeting for at least 4 hours, so we're going to take a 10-minute recess, and we'll be right back. Thank you. Okay, thank you, everybody. We're back from recess, so I'm going to go on to our next item, which is item number 10, and this is a public hearing on a proposed ordinance. And this is an ordinance amending the Sustainable Land Development Code, ordinance number 2016-9, to amend and restate Appendix F, Maps 2 and 3, Map 2, Santa Fe County Sustainable Land Development Code, Santa Fe Community College District Circulation Map, and Map 3, Santa Fe County Sustainable Land Development Code, Santa Fe Community College District Land Use Zoning Map. And from the Growth Management Department, we have Mr. Nathan Manzanares.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Issue. The board is asked to render a final decision for this item. If an approval is granted by the board, the proposed ordinance will take effect 30 days after recordation of the board's final decision, which is scheduled to be heard today, September 14th, 2021. Background. On August 19th, 2021, the Santa Fe County Planning Commission made a recommendation to approve the proposed ordinance to amend and restate Appendix F, Maps 2 and 3 of the Sustainable Land Development Code. On August 10th, 2021, the Santa Fe County Board of County Commissioners authorized the request to be published for title and general summary by a unanimous vote of 5-0. Per the SLDC, the public hearings of this item have been reviewed and done, and now it is time for the board to take action on this ordinance. Overview of the proposed ordinance. The proposed ordinance to the SLDC text to Appendix Map 3 and Map 2 is requested in regards to the Oshara Conceptual Plan Amendment that was approved on April 13th, 2021 by the Board of the County Commissioners. Staff recommends, as well as the Santa Fe County Planning Commission, approval of the proposed ordinance and requests that the board render a final decision. If final action is taken by the board today, the ordinance will take effect 30 days after recordation. Mr. Chair, thank you. I stand for any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Manzanares. Do we have any questions from the board? Commissioner Hanson?
I'm just going to state for the record again that I think that this is too large of a section taken out of the whole idea of the community college district was to have industrial, commercial use, and that this basically eliminates a tremendous amount of that. And that was not the idea of the community college district. And so it upsets me to see a plan that I can understand them changing some of the commercial and some of the industrial, but I think the piece, it's too large, and I just want to state that on the record so that in the future, when we realize that it wasn't really the right thing to do, we'll be there for the record. Because I do think that it's important to have walkable communities with many different uses. Now it's the Oshara area, and everything is just really becoming a bedroom community with only residential, which I think is disappointing.
Thank you, Commissioner Hanson. Any other comments or questions? Commissioner Hughes?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just wondered, I was looking at the map and sort of trying to figure out what was taken out and what was left, and I wondered, I mean, one thing is in general in this whole area, is there going to be land somewhere for schools when we need another elementary school in that area?
Mr. Chair, Commissioner Hughes, if you look at Appendix B and C, pages 6 and 7, they show a comparison of existing versus proposed on the new maps that will be taking effect if a decision is rendered. And really the only area that's affected in the community college district is going to be the area that Oshara is located in. You know, they also had to amend the circulation plan due to the access roads that will be used and utilized by Oshara as well. But this is not an amendment of the entire CCD. zoning map, just the area specific to Oshara. So there still will be schools and other things designated, mixed use designated in the community college. This is just specifically for Oshara.
Okay, and then specifically in Oshara, how much land is left for commercial?
You know, Mr. Chair, Commissioner Hughes, when this project was brought forward back in April, there was a designation of how much square footage was allocated for commercial, and it's going to be on Appendix D, page 10, and the board approved for there to be an approximate 303,000 square feet of commercial square footage in Oshara. So not all of it was eliminated, but it was reduced from the original approval.
Right, and how much was taken away then? So there's 300,000 square feet left?
So initially, 1.3 million square feet was allocated for the original. Now it's reduced to 303,000 square feet.
Okay. Yeah, thank you. That's my only question for now.
Thank you, Commissioner Hughes. Any other questions from the board? Commissioner Garcia?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So this property is located near where? Los Dos, the new restaurant out there, in that vicinity?
Mr. Chair, Commissioner Garcia, this is the entire Oshara master planned area. So yes, that's a part of phase 1 of Oshara, and there will be additional phases that are going to be built out per the conceptual plan amendment that was approved by the board in April. So it's that whole Oshara area.
So, Mr. Chair, maybe Ms. Jenkins can help out. She is the consultant for Oshara. So the way I view it, whenever you see the new restaurant there, that's a commercial little area there, correct? Yes?
That's
There's a
correct.
park area there, and then you go further to the east. Is there other designated areas in Oshara Village for commercial activity? And are we getting rid of those?
Mr. Chair, Commissioner Garcia, if you look at page 9.
Hold on, tell me that again. What page?
Page 9.
Okay.
That'll show the proposed amendment, and if you look there, there still is the potential for commercial. It's just reduced, but there still will be, you know, those zones dedicated for that.
So, Mr. Chair, so Nathan, the red dot that I'm looking at, that you're saying that is proposed commercial?
That's Mr. Chair, Commissioner Garcia, that's a new community center, is that red dot. And if you look at some of the employment center and campus centers, you know, that'll be designated for commercial development. It's going to be on the northwest corner of the property, the hatched area.
So, Mr. Chair, sorry to ask questions on this, and I know this is with all due respect to the commissioner. So the limits of Oshara are from Interstate 25 south all the way to the community college district?
Mr. Chair, Oshara is approximately, I believe, 160 plus acres. So I believe that is correct. And
So, and
actually,
then,
I apologize, it's 470 acres.
so, Mr. Chair, Nathan, who's requesting this? Is staff requesting this, or is the consultant requesting this?
So staff issued, recommended a condition of approval that in order to build out the Oshara development consistently, that the applicant would be required to request a text amendment to the SLDC zoning maps. So the applicant is trying to fulfill that condition of approval that was imposed by staff and the board from the conceptual plan amendment that was approved back in April. So in order for the applicant to move forward with future development and plating of Oshara, they need to take care of this amendment to the maps 2 and 3 of Appendix F of the SLDC.
Mr. Chair, I see the concerns that my fellow commissioners have, because whenever you do go out to that restaurant or you do see the park there, it just seems like an ideal place to actually have commercial activity.
Yeah, Mr. Chair, Commissioner Garcia, unfortunately, due to the conceptual plan amendment being approved back in April, that was really the time to really bring these discussions forward. And we're kind of at the point where that time has passed, and now we're just doing some cleanup and getting to make sure that the applicant satisfies their conditions of approval. So a decision's already been rendered on that conceptual plan amendment, unfortunately, and we're kind of in the predicament of the final order's already been approved, and we've already made a decision's been rendered on that.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Commissioner Garcia. And I believe go ahead.
Mr. Chair, I just wanted to clarify on Commissioner Garcia's question regarding if there's additional commercial development. There are some additional commercial lots adjacent to and catty corner to the existing restaurant that's out there. And there are some existing commercial lots further east in Phase 1 of the subdivision.
Thank you for that clarification. Are there any other questions or comments from the commission? Is this in Commissioner Hughes' district, is that correct? Yeah? Commissioner Hughes, did you have any closing comments?
Well, I think it's... Yeah, Mr. Chair, I believe it's mostly in District 5, but a little bit in District 4. Isn't some of it... I think some of this development spilled over into District 4, right?
Some of it goes into District 4, Commissioner Hughes had indicated.
Mr. Chair.
That's a possibility. I just wanted to see if there was any additional comments. But this is a public hearing. So we're going to go to the public next. Is there anybody from the public that, or actually, do we have, is there an applicant that would like to speak to this?
Mr. Chair, yes, the applicant's agent, Jennifer Jenkins, is here on behalf of the applicant today.
Okay, Ms. Jenkins, would you like to address the commission? Yes, if you could swear her in.
Yes.
Yeah.
All right. Please raise your right hand. Thank you. Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
For the record, before you testify, please state your name, address, and that you are under oath for your testimony to be considered valid.
Okay, thank you. Good afternoon, Commissioners, Chair Roybal. I'm Jennifer Jenkins with Jenkins Gavin here this evening on behalf of the applicant. I acknowledge that I am under oath. I really don't have much to add, as I think Nathan covered it very clearly, that we're really here. This is just kind of the last step in the conceptual plan amendment that was approved back in April. We just have to clean up the existing community college district maps to reflect the amendment that the board approved back in April. And I just want to acknowledge that we do have mixed use in each of our phases. So by no means are we eliminating, the opportunity for commercial activity in the balance of the project. And I'd be happy, I don't have much more to add, but I'd be happy to stand for any questions.
Okay, thank you. Ms. Jenkins, any questions? Commissioner Hanson?
So did you leave any commercial or industrial area for schools in Oshara?
So it's my recollection, and maybe staff can correct me if I'm wrong, but the Community College District land use zoning map identifies school sites, and I don't believe there's a school site identified on the balance of Oshara. So we will, we are bound by, there are some conceptual school sites that have been kind of sprinkled throughout the Community College District. And so I just honestly, I don't recall, I don't think there is, but maybe staff can verify that. But there is no industrial land that remains as a result of the amendment.
Right, unfortunately. But also, we did amend the affordable housing plan also with this change.
It's because the unit count changed, so we are still complying with the 15% affordable housing requirement. But because our unit mix and the density for the project changed, we had to update our affordable housing plan to comport with that.
Okay, so that's done.
Yes.
Okay, I'm just, April's like.
Yeah, it feels like a long time ago.
Okay, was that conclude your questions, Commissioner?
Yeah, thank you.
Okay, so thank you, Ms. Jenkins. I'm going to go ahead and go to the public. Is there anybody in the public that would like to speak to this item in support or opposition? If you're a call-in participant, you have to hit *6 to unmute yourself. And if you're on WebEx, just hit unmute and state your name for the record. Mr. Frescus, does it look like there's anybody that sent a message through chat?
Mr. Chair, we do not have anybody signed up through chat.
Okay, so once again, I'd like to ask if there's anybody from the public that would like to speak in support or opposition of this ordinance that we're considering. Okay, hearing none, I'm going to close public comment. And I'm going to go to the board for a motion. What's the pleasure of the board?
I'll make a motion to approve the change.
We have a motion from
Second.
Commissioner Hughes and a second from Commissioner Hamilton. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Oh, roll call, I'm sorry, ordinance, sorry. Go ahead. We could get a roll call?
Yes, Chair Roybal.
Yes.
Commissioner Rudy Garcia? Yes. Commissioner Anna Hamilton?
Hamilton, you said?
Hamilton, yes.
Oh, I thought you said Hanson. I'm so sorry. Yes.
Thank you. Commissioner Hank Hughes?
Yes.
Commissioner Anna Hansen?
No.
And Chair Henry Roybal?
Yes. Okay, so we have a unanimous vote of, well, 4 to 1. We have 1 in opposition, so, and 4 commissioners, just for the record. And if we can get an ordinance number?
It will be ordinance number 2021-004.
2021-004. Thank you, Deputy Clerk.
Certainly.
Okay, so we're going to go on to item number 11, and this is also a public hearing. And this is case number 21-5170, GE Richards Property LLC, Oshara Master Planned Major Subdivision, request to amend previously approved conditions imposed by the Board of County Commissioners, BCC, as well as correct an error in the final order for case number 16-5280, GE Richards Property LLC, applicant Ms. Jenkins Gavin Incorporated. Agents are requesting to amend conditions of approval imposed by the Board of County Commissioners, BCC, for their conceptual plan amended for Oshara Village Plan Development, Master Plan Development, as well as correct an error in the final order for case 16-5280 as approved by the Board of County Commissioners on April 13th, 2021. The property is located in Community College District within a planned development district east of Richards Avenue and south of Rabbit Road within Section 16, Township 16 North, Range 9 East. And this is in Commission District 4 and 5. And once again, our case manager is Mr. Nathan Manzanares.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. As stated, this is going to be in conjunction to what we just discussed as far as the approvals that were granted for the Oshara conceptual plan amendment back in April. The applicant requests to amend condition 8 and 17, as well as remove language from paragraph 12 of the final order. Condition 8, imposed by the BCC on April 13, 2001 states, the applicant shall submit an application for preliminary plat approval after the final design of the northeast and southeast connectors have been finalized. Staff recommends an amendment to Condition 8 to state, the applicant may submit an application for preliminary plat and final plat, but may not record a final plat until final design of the northeast and southeast connectors have been finalized and required easement dedications to the Santa Fe County have been satisfied. Condition 17, imposed by the BCC on April 13th, 2021, states, no application for preliminary plat and final plat for future phases will be accepted until all recordable affordable housing units from previously approved phases have been built out and offered for sale. Staff recommends amending this condition due to the fact that the SLDC does not specifically state that all affordable units within a given phase of an approved subdivision need to be built out and offered for sale before a new phase can receive preliminary and final plat approval. However, Chapter 13, Section 3.2.2 of the SLDC states, affordable dwellings shall be constructed and offered for sale in each phase of a phase development in approximately the same ratio as the number of parcels to be developed in a given phase, bears to the total number of parcels in a phase development. Based off the language in Chapter 13, Section 13.222, staff believes that further required housing development, affordable housing units, will be built out correctly in the remaining phases associated with the Oshara plan development. The error stated in paragraph 12 of the final order for the Oshara conceptual plan amendment that was approved by the board back in April states, that it refers to a different subdivision. So therefore, staff recommends the correction of this and eliminating that language from the new final order that will be drafted if a decision is rendered by the board. Staff recommendation. Staff recommends approval of the applicant's request to remove Condition 8. However, we ask that a replacement condition be added as stated in the staff report. Staff also recommends approval of the applicant's request to remove the previously imposed condition number 17 in accordance with the recommendation stated in the staff report. And lastly, staff recommends approval of the applicant's request to delete the erroneously included item in paragraph 12 of the June 29, 2021 final order for BCC case 1652-80, the Oshara conceptual plan amendment. Lastly, staff recommends that all previously imposed conditions that were approved by the board remain intact for the previously approved Oshara conceptual plan amendment. In addition to the Oshara plan development, that all future development also comply with the pertinent requirements of the Sustainable Land Development Code. Mr. Chair, I now stand for any questions.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Manzanares. Questions, Commissioner Hanson?
Would you go over item 8 again?
Mr. Chair, Commissioner Hanson, yes. So the language that was stated in the original condition number 8 had to do with the northeast-southeast connector.
Right.
And the way it is written right now does not allow the applicant to move forward with the plating process of the project. The proposed amendment from staff will allow them to move forward with the public hearing process, but they will not be able to record a final plat until the requirements for the northeast-southeast connector are satisfied and that the design is fully done and easements are dedicated to the county. So
and the road is built?
No, this is strictly for they can submit application. The way the condition reads right now, they wouldn't even be able to submit an application until. So we're trying to, streamline the process and allow them to, because it is going to be a process for them to come in, submit, go through the public hearings. So we're allowing them to come forward to the board with an application, but will not be able to finalize it and record a final plat until the northeast-southeast connector is fully designed and easements are dedicated to the county.
So they can come in and start building before we build the northeast connector? I mean, you're saying the design, the final design is one thing. I'm concerned about the building of the northeast connector and it being finished.
So, Mr. Chair, Commissioner Hanson, the applicant would not be able to move forward with the final plat or infrastructure until the connector is begun. And that'll be a condition imposed when the applicant comes forward for preliminary plat for the next phase.
I'm concerned if the northeast and southeast connector are designed, that's one thing. That's a different
I know, I see it.
issue than having a finished road for them to do and build input infrastructure in.
So, Mr. Chair, Commissioner Hanson, if you look at page number 16, approval condition 15, that was already covered by staff that no single-family residences may be built until the northeast and southeast connectors are approved and open for public use. So they can go forward with the platting process as stated, but they will not be able to go vertical and start building until the connectors are approved and open for public use.
And what about putting in infrastructure?
Mr. Chair, Commissioner Hanson, we will discuss that once a preliminary plat is submitted, and we will condition accordingly. But we need to have those discussions with staff. It's not a condition that was imposed for the conceptual plan amendment.
Well, it concerns me that if they're allowed to put in infrastructure before the northeast and southeast connector are done.
Yeah, and like I said, Commissioner Chair, Commissioner Hanson, when the applicant comes forward for preliminary plat for the next phase, we will have those discussions, and staff will look at that. We'll make note of that.
And then on the affordable housing, let's go over that again. So what you're saying is that they do not have to have all their housing requirement units done and before they go to the next phase?
Mr. Chair, Commissioner Hanson, approval condition 17 was purely based off of phase 1 for Oshara. Staff, along with our affordable housing department, has verified that the applicant has satisfied the affordable housing agreement for phase 1, the requirements for phase 1. And as far as future build out, they will have to build out in accordance with chapter 13, 3.2.2. It has that ratio of you only get so many houses before you have to build another affordable. So they will have to satisfy those affordable units in future phases, and they have satisfied the affordables in phase 1.
Okay,
So that there's really no need for that condition any longer.
okay, I understand, and I'm good with that. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Hanson. Any other questions from the board? Commissioner Hughes?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. So how many phases are there in Oshara?
Mr. Chair, Commissioner Hughes, the board approved the Oshara to be amended to have 9 phases in total. So it'll be a 9-phase development.
And does what we're approving, does this thing we're considering right now, which phases does it affect?
Mr. Chair, Commissioner Hughes, this isn't for any of the phases. This is just to amend the final order for the conceptual plan amendment that was already heard and action was taken. This is just to clean up the final order. So-
Right, but does that order, I'm assuming that order affects phases basically 2 through 9 then, right?
Each, Mr. Chair, Commissioner Hughes, each phase will have to submit for a preliminary and final plat, and additional conditions of approval will be imposed to each phase. So this is just an amendment to the overall conceptual plan of what they're planning to build out. So it doesn't have any effect on Phase 1 or future phases. It's just strictly for the conceptual plan amendment. And the new approved conceptual plan amendment will be for phases 2 through 9. Phase 1 has already been completed.
Right, phase 1 is what we see when we drive out that way along Rabbit Road and then drive through the neighborhood onto Richards. Yeah. Right. Okay. I think those are my questions, and Commissioner Hanson asked my other questions, so I'm good. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Hughes. Any other questions from the board? Okay, and do we have the applicant that would like to address the board?
Mr. Chair, yes, the applicant's agent is present.
Pardon me. Good afternoon, Board Chair, Commissioners. Again, I'm still Jennifer Jenkins. On behalf of the applicant, I acknowledge that I am still under oath. I really don't have anything to add. We are in agreement with staff's recommendation, but I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Ms. Jenkins. Any questions for Ms. Jenkins? Okay, thank you. Okay, so this is a public hearing, so next I'm going to go to the public. Is there anybody from the public that would like to express concerns or support or opposition for this case number 21-5170? If there is somebody, a call-in guest, please hit *6 to unmute yourself, or if you're on WebEx, please just unmute yourself and state your name for the record. Mr. Frescus, has anybody sent anything through chat that they would like to speak to this item?
Mr. Chair, no, nobody has sent anything through chat.
Nobody in chat, okay. Once again, I'd like to ask if there's anybody from the public that would like to speak in support or opposition of this case number. Okay, hearing none, I'm going to close public comment. And this is the first public hearing, is that correct, Attorney Schaefer? It's not something we're voting on today, or is it?
Mr. Chair, this is a land use application, so this is the only public hearing that's required.
Okay, and that's the same for our next item as well, right? Okay, so what's the pleasure of the board? Commissioner Hamilton?
I move to approve.
Second.
So we have a motion from Commissioner Hamilton, a second from Commissioner Hughes. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye. Aye.
All those opposed, same sign. Motion carries unanimously. Thank you. Okay, next we're going to move on to item number 11B. And this is case number 21-5020, Manuel Roybal Rural Commercial Overlay. Manuel Roybal applicant, Siebert and Associates Incorporated. Agent requests approval to create a Rural Commercial Overlay District, ORC, on 3 contiguous parcels of land, SLDC Section 8.11.2. The current zoning on the parcel is residential community. For all of the 11723B US Highway, and there's several other, but I'm going to go to Mr. Laranaga to go through all those.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Manuel Roybal, applicant, Siebert and Associates Incorporated, agent, requests approval to create a rural commercial overlay district on 3 parcels of land that are either contiguous, connected by a relatively small easement. The establishment of the overlay zones is governed by Section 8.11 of Chapter 8 of the Sustainable Land Development Code. And the establishment of rural commercial overlay district is governed by SLDC Section 8.11.2. The parcels are located at 17723B US Highway 84-285, 17725 US Highway 84-285, and 17747 US Highway 84-285 within Township 19 North, Range 9 East, Section 28 SDA 2, Commission District 1. Tract A and Tract C are contiguous, sharing a 520.41-foot boundary on the west side of Tract A and the north northeast portion of Track C. Track C and Parcel B are not contiguous, but are connected by an ingress-egress utility easement that is 20 feet in width and approximately 60 feet long and connects the, and Mr. Chair, this is a typo, it should be northeast instead of northwest, corner of Parcel B to the westernmost point of the southern boundary of Track C, all as shown on the boundary survey plat prepared for Miguel Roybal, recorded on December 9th, 2020, in the records of the county clerk as instrument number 1936895, book 871, page 5, which survey plat is part of the final plans set submitted by the applicant and attached as an exhibit in the report. The current zoning on the parcels is residential community for all of 17.723B US Highway 84-285, virtually all of 17.747 US Highway 84-285, and approximately half of 17725 US 84-285, and rural fringe for a small sliver in the northwest corner of 17.747 US 84-285, and the western portion of 17.725 US Highway 84-285. The action was reviewed for the following applicable design standards as per Chapter 7, Sustainable Design Standards of the SLDC: access, fire protection, road design standards, water supply, wastewater and water conservation, protection of historic and archaeological resources, terrain management, and flood prevention and flood control. Building Development Services staff has reviewed this project for compliance with pertinent SLDC requirements and has found that the facts presented support the request to create a rural commercial overlay district on rural commercial overlay district. The three parcels are either contiguous or in close proximity. The current zoning on the three parcels is residential community and rural fringe. There are adjacent tracts of land that are currently zoned as commercial general. The creation of a rural commercial overlay district will not alter the existing zoning as residential community and/or rural fringe on the three lots. If the overlay zone is approved by the Board of County Commissioners, it will be included on the zoning map when that is next updated. These adjustments to the existing zoning map will reflect the three lots as rural commercial overlay zone with the underlying zoning as residential community and rural fringe. Staff has established findings that this application to create a rural commercial overlay district within a residential community zoning is in compliance with criteria set forth in the SLDC. On May 13, 2021, this request was presented to the Sustainable Land Development Hearing Officer. The hearing officer memorialized findings of fact and conclusions of law in a written order on this request. The hearing officer, based on the evidence presented, recommended approval of the request for the creation of a rural commercial overlay district on three parcels of land with the underlying zoning designated as rural residential community and rural fringe with the conditions recommended by staff. On July 15, 2021, this request was presented to the Santa Fe County Planning Commission. The Planning Commission, based on the evidence presented, recommended approval of the request for the creation of a rural commercial overlay district on three parcels of land with the underlying zoning designated as residential community and rural fringe with the conditions recommended by staff. Staff recommends approval of the request for the creation of a rural commercial overlay district on three parcels of land with the underlying zoning designated as residential community and rural fringe with the following conditions. Mr. Chairman, I enter those conditions into the record.
Yes, you can.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This report and the exhibits listed below are hereby submitted as part of the hearing record, and I stand for any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Ladanaga. Do we have any questions from the board for Mr. Ladanaga? No? Okay. And is the applicant present?
Mr. Chair, I believe he's online on WebEx.
Okay. Mr. Roybal, are you present online? If you are, if you'd like to address the board, you can unmute yourself.
Yes, I am.
Mr. Chair.
Okay, so I believe we need to swear you in, so Deputy Clerk.
Please raise your right hand. Thank you. Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
I do.
My name
For
is
the
Jim-
record, before you testify, please state your name, address, and that you are under oath for your testimony to be considered valid.
My name is Jim Seaver. My business address is 915 Mercer, Santa Fe, and I realize that I am under oath.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Seibert. We're having a little bit, your sound, you're a little bit distorted. I don't know if there's any way to improve that.
Is it a sound thing? Can you hear me? How's that?
Yeah, we can hear you. Probably might have to speak up just a little bit.
All right, well, let me move a little closer to the mic here. So I'm representing Manuel Roybal, whose family, actually, Manuel Roybal Enterprises has been doing business on this property for about the last 50 years. I'm going to do a very brief slide presentation, and then we'll just stand for questions.
Mr. Seibert, hold on one second. Commissioner Hanson, did you have a question, or were you just going to say you couldn't hear him too well?
It would be helpful if I could hear him a little bit better, but I'm concerned about who got sworn in. Both of them were sworn in?
Well, one's an attorney, I believe.
Why don't we, have Manuel get sworn in at this time, Tim?
We can hardly hear you, Mr. Seibert.
Daniel, can you provide a phone number that Mr. Seibert can call in on so that possibly we might be able to hear him better?
Yes, Mr. Chair. One moment.
You'll probably have to mute your computer at that point when you call in.
Looks like they did that.
Mr. Chair, Mr. Seibert, I sent a chat with the phone number and access code. If you call that, you should be able to join through your phone. The only thing I ask is if you mute your computer once you join through your phone, please.
Technology. Meanwhile, Mr. Roybal, can you hear me? This is Commissioner Garcia.
Yeah, I sure can.
I just want
Can you hear me?
to commend you, or your walls behind you are very beautiful walls. Very nice job. I like those. I like that style.
Thank you. I built it. I'm at the office, the area in question, or we'll get to. I built this office in 1974. This is part of the area that is commercial, or part of the area in question right now.
Yeah, very beautiful.
Okay, it sounds like that's better now. Let's see if we can hear you better, sir. And Mr. Siebert, you will need to be sworn in. I was under the impression that you were an attorney, so.
Mr. Chair, this is Daniel Fresquez.
Yes, sir?
Mr. Siebert, if you will please lower the volume on your computer. That way the audio you hear is coming from your phone and the microphone from your phone. That's going to stop the feedback from coming through.
Deputy Clerk, if you can swear in
we there?
Mr. Siebert. Yes, sir, we can.
Right.
So if you could be sworn in, sir, our Deputy County Clerk will swear you in.
Okay, so you didn't hear that. So I'll be sworn in again. My right hand is up.
Yes,
All
we
right.
can see that.
Go ahead.
Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Do?
And for the record, before you testify, please state your name, address, and that you are under oath for your testimony to be considered valid.
My name MC business address is 915 Mercer, Santa Fe, and I acknowledge I'm under oath.
Thank you.
We should do the same on well.
Manuel did already swear in, sir.
Okay, all right. So we're going to do a brief PowerPoint presentation here. First of all, showing the location where the rural commercial overlay is proposed on the property. Goes over to the Pueblo there is just immediately to the north. And it's 5, and there is a frontage road that serves this particular property. To the next one, yeah. So the zoning on the far right, can we show them the pointer? Yeah, okay. We'll show you a pointer here. Yeah, show them Manuel's location. So where the office is currently, that actually is commercial. And the rest of the US 284 frontage road to the south, the majority of that is also all zone commercial as well. Maybe just to pull a little farther to the north, onto the Pueblo land, that was the area where flea market took place. Was there for 2 or 3 years, and they just have recently dismantled that for future development, I assume. The property is, Mr. Larrañaga stated, is residential community, will allow one dwelling per acre. It's inconsistent with the commercial uses both to the south and to the commercial uses on the Pueblo that's on the other side of US 84 285. Let's go down to the next one. So if we can zoom out a little more. Yeah. So these are the properties that are not part of the requested zoning action. The bottom right is the Roybal Enterprise office, and that's zoned commercial right now. The 2 others that have the red hatch on them are family members, and they did not want to be part of this zoning action because we're concerned about the increase in taxes that would occur as a result of being zoned in a rural commercial overlay. And to the right is the list of uses that are permitted. the rural commercial overlay has a various sets of restrictions. It's not an unlimited commercial use. It allows only certain commercial uses and of a certain size, and there would have to be a separate review of the request. And that's it. And that's the presentation. I'll answer any. There is to the out of that 14.5 acres, there is the Rio Tasuke that is immediately to the left. So some of this property is in the floodplain and cannot be developed. So with that, I'll answer any questions you may have. Let me ask Manuel. Manuel, do you want to make a statement?
Yeah, I guess so. It's an old story already, but in 1999, I came to the Board of County Commissioners. Mr. Siebert brought it to the board, and we had all the property in question zoned as commercial. Somewhere when we did the rezoning, when the county did rezoning, it got overlooked and got taken to residential. It makes no sense to have this area as residential anymore. I spent about a year on the Planning and Zoning Commission a few years back, but anyway, to me, it makes no more sense to build commercial and residential as it would to be residential into commercial. This area, before I went to the county commission, was by our planners, was made as a commercial area. We're talking Buffalo Thunder Casino, all the businesses in the area. The area was set as a commercial zoning area, planned by county and state. That's why we have the overpasses and the frontage roads in this area as we speak. They were one of the stipulations given to me prior to development of commercial was that the frontage roads, which were not built in 99, and the overpasses to be built before I could come and develop it any further than what I had done. They have been built, the frontage roads and that. So during the years, that adhered to the request by the county prior to development, and we did as such. As it sits right now, I'm paying the area in question. I have been using as vacant commercial. It's my pipe yard. He showed you the area of our office. The rest of the area, we store heavy equipment and sell irrigation pipe and irrigation supplies to people because it's not developed with buildings, but all these years we've been paying taxes as commercial, vacant commercial, because we have no buildings on it, but we have been using it as commercial. That's the reason in 1999, we came to the county to have it zoned as commercial because we had planned on using it as a commercial area, and it has been used as commercial. Now we're planning to put buildings and develop it a little further. And in the end, to approve with me now, I have to come back in the future to the county again and get any developments approved again. All I'm asking for is to give me back what I already asked for the first time and got approved by the county to be able to plan future developments in the area commercially. That's what I'm here for.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Roybal. Are there any questions from commissioners? Okay, and Mr. Roybal, you're okay with the with staff recommendations, correct?
Yes.
Okay, so I'm going to go. This is a public hearing, so I'm going to go to the public. Is there anybody from the public that wishes to speak in support or not in support of this this action that we're taking? Daniel, is there anybody that's reached out through chat to speak on this item?
Mr. Chair, nobody has reached out through chat.
Okay, once again, I want to ask if there's anybody from the public that would like to speak in support or opposition of this request. Okay, hearing none, I'm going to go ahead and close public comment. And I'm going to make a motion for approval. This is in District 1, and I know the area, so I'm making a motion for approval.
Second.
I have a motion from Commissioner Roybal, a second from Commissioner Hanson. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye. Aye.
All those opposed, same sign. Motion carries. Okay, thank you. You guys have a good evening.
Thank you.
So next, we're going to go on to our next item, which is actually executive session. So in executive session, Attorney Schaefer, can you give us a summary of what we're going into executive session for?
Mr. Chair, executive session will be for the discussion of bargaining strategy, preliminary to collective bargaining negotiations between the Board of County Commissioners and collective bargaining units, as allowed by Section 1015(1)(h)(5), threatened or pending litigation in which Santa Fe County is or may become a participant, as allowed by Section 1015(1)(h)(7), NMSA 1978, and the discussion of the purchase, acquisition, or disposal of real property or water rights, as allowed by Section 1015(1)(h)(8), NMSA 1978, including 1, real property interest for Solid Waste Convenience Center, 2, City of Albuquerque et al. Versus New Mexico Taxation and Revenue Department et al., cause number D-202-CV-2018-08036. 3, litigation and discussion of bargaining strategy preliminary to collective bargaining negotiations concerning COVID-19 vaccine policy. 4, In re National Prescription Opiate Litigation, U.S. District Court, Northern District of Ohio, Eastern Division, case number 1-17-MD-2804. And 5, In re Mellon Crot PLC et al., case number 20-12522. Thank you, Mr. Chair, and that's what the motion should encompass.
Okay, thank you, Attorney Schaefer. Commissioner Hamilton?
I'd like to move that we go into executive session for the items, to discuss the items that Attorney Schaefer just mentioned.
Second.
Okay, so we have a motion from Commissioner Hamilton, a second from Commissioner Hanson. Can we have a roll call, Deputy Madam Clerk?
Yes, sir. Commissioner Rudy Garcia?
Yes.
Commissioner Anna Hamilton?
Yes.
Commissioner Hank Hughes?
Yes.
Commissioner Anna Hanson?
Yes.
And Chair Henry Roybal.
Yes. Thank you, Madam Clerk. So we're in executive session. And Attorney Schaefer, is there anything that we may come back out for action? Yes.
Yes, Mr. Chair, several items related to the TRD litigation.
Okay, thank you. So we'll be back after executive session. Okay, everybody, we're coming back out of executive session. Can I get a motion to come out of executive session? Yes, Commissioner Hanson?
Mr. Chair, I move that we come out of executive session and nothing that we discussed, or only the things that we discussed were on the agenda and nothing else.
Okay, so we have a motion from Commissioner Hanson. Do I hear a second?
Mr. Chair, I second that, and just to add to that, no action was taken.
We have a motion from Commissioner Hanson, a second from Commissioner Garcia. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, same sign. Motion carries. Okay, I'm going to go to Commissioner Hanson.
Okay, we don't even have a county attorney here. Oh, we do. I apologize. I would like to move regarding the City of Albuquerque et al., the New Mexico Taxation and Revenue Department. I want to move, request approval of mediation settlement agreement, settlement amount, and contingency fee on behalf of Santa Fe County, and release of claims for Santa Fe County.
Second.
Okay, so we have a motion from Commissioner Hanson. And a second from Commissioner, we have a motion from Commissioner Hanson and a second from Commissioner Hughes. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, same sign.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And before we move off that item, I would just note for the record that I did notice this evening that one attachment for that item, which was not what the board was approving, but provided background to it, was a mediation settlement agreement. I did upload that to board docs, and the county clerk will be making that part of the official records of the meeting as well. So I just wanted to note that for the record. Thank you.
Thank you, Attorney Schaefer.
Is there anything else we need to move?
I believe that was it. Is that correct? Okay, so the last item on our agenda, if there's any other announcements from any commissioners or anybody on the board, any announcements? If not, I'll entertain a motion to adjourn. Commissioner Hanson?
I want to encourage everyone to get vaccinated as soon as possible
Okay.
for the safety and health of our community.
Second.
Third.
Okay, thank you. Okay, so we have a motion, we don't have a motion yet. From,
I'll move to adjourn.
We have a motion from Commissioner Hamilton to adjourn. Do I hear a second? And a second from Commissioner Hughes. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, same sign. We're adjourned. Everybody have a good evening.
Rachel.